Good evening, cupcakes. It is a beautiful day here in what's this place called? Inazuma. It's a beautiful day here in Inazuma. I hope your day is going wonderfully. So, today I quit my job so I could play Genshin Impact all day. Okay, that's only half true. I did quit. I put in my 2 weeks notice 2.5 weeks ago, and yesterday was my last day. Hopefully, bigger and better things to come, but not for. I don't think, like, I'm not trying to make this channel be like my main source of income or even a source of income. I don't think we're gonna get there for another couple of years, until it would be possible for this to be even a source of income, let alone a major source of income. So, no, I've got other stuff going on. This is just so that I can hang out with all of you. Our tons. Anyway, so let's start this the way we always do, by drawing. And we'll see what we get. Let's get some intertwined fates. Our pity isn't very high on either of these, but yeah, well, you never know. We might get lucky. Not for this draw though. Okay, Black Castle, bow, another razor. Okay. Ooh. Oh, that's right. All of my 4-star weapons, except for all of the 4-star weapons that I get, from drawing the stuff, are the books. Why? Why do you do this to me? All right, and then more of these, and we're probably gonna get one more by the end of this, but we'll see. Hey, Filionori. My gamba, my daily gamba. Noelle. Cool. Nothing. And nothing. But remember we got one more. We got one more we can draw. Glad to hear that. I'm glad she's doing that. He stressed a little. Right? He stressed a little. She rested. This now. Favonia's Greatsword. Okay. I mean, at least it's not a book. So let's go ahead and get another constellation for Razor. Increases the level of Lightning Fang by 3. Maximum upgrade level is 15. Yay. And yeah, it's another copy of the Wind Sith. Which, I mean, if I'm gonna be using that for I forget what she was. Nahidra. Goodness. My brain, I'm sorry. If I'm gonna be using that for Nahidra, I guess it'll be nice to get these increased. Anyway. And then, of course, the Favonius Greatsword, which is basically this. Right? No. What was I thinking? There was a... There were two weapons that I remember that were really be shockingly similar. And I can't remember. Maybe it was just the Favonius weapons, because they all have the same effect. I don't know. Yeah, all of the Favonius weapons. Wait. Yeah, anyway, all of the Favonius weapons have the same effect. Okay. By the way, I've got the Black Sword pretty far along. So, that was the one that I got. Because it should be better for Kaching than Lion's Roar. We'll have to see. It'd take her her crit rate with the bonus that she gets from her Q. It would take her crit rate to I think it's like 80%, which is just ridiculous. But anyway, wonder if there's anything that happens if you get over 100% crit rate. All right. So let's get started on our tasks for the day, shall we? Got a surprise for you for this break, by the way. No longer will it just be... Traveler, please wait. Sengo would like your help. Making progress with the case? She didn't tell me. She just said that she still needed to make some preparations. She also told me to wait for you to ask if you would perform a search in the wilds together. What does she intend to accomplish? Well, to be honest, I have no clue either. But if we do what Sengo tells us to, we can usually solve the case. Well, on that note, let's talk business. According to Sengo, the patrol in the city has indeed been reinforced ever since Mano and Andu reported that incident. But strangely enough, the merchants in the city are still becoming victims of theft, and the perpetrator's intention is very clear. They aren't interested in anything else other than some targeted items. Here's the situation. Sengo believes that the probability of the treasure hoarders sneaking into town to perform these crimes is very low. The suspect, or suspects, have a clear objective. It's very likely that there has been a mole inside the city this whole time, passing off information to people outside the city. Doesn't that mean the Doshin's actions are futile? Not at all. It's exactly what we want. Because our culprit seems to have realized that he's not the target of the Doshin yet, he will continue committing crimes. The more crimes he commits, the easier it is for him to give himself away, and the greater chance for Sengo to figure out who he is. Therefore, we still need to keep putting on a show so that our thief will let his guard down. Traveler, that's why I'm here asking you to come with That's why I'm here asking you to come with me and look for some trouble with those treasure hoarders in the wilderness. Sorry, that grammar threw me off. Of course, there will be payment. Also, when this case is over, there will be an additional gift for you. Did Sengo ask you to say this stuff too? You sense that? You have quite a sharp intuition. It was indeed Sengo who told me to persuade you with these words. But please believe me when I say that I am not lying. I am certainly carrying your payment with me at least. Therefore, please help us out, traveler. What exactly do you need me to do? It's easy. We just need to mess with those treasure hoarders in the wilderness. The bigger the fracas, the better. Sengo has already marked the locations of some treasure hoarder camps. I have also marked them on the map. Alright, we'll rendezvous at this place afterwards. Let's get a move on now. Okay. That's a ways up.
Want a taste of mine?
There are indeed a lot of treasure hoarders here. I hate it when it does that. Like, it played the sound effect for his E going off, but no, it didn't actually.
Not cool.
And not just play the sound effect there, it also played the animation. It just that screwed me. That screwed me pretty hard in some domain challenges. These people are quite quick to flee. They probably went back to report about us. In this case, our objective has been accomplished. Thank you for your hard work. Please take this. I will also return and report to Sango about this. I wonder if she's figured something out. Okay. That's one down. Rules of safe transportation. What? What? Oh, okay. I think I've done this once before. I much prefer the destroy the transport balloon to this.
Enshroud!
Speed of light. Power cord. Incoming.
Oh wait, we did this with when we
Don't blink.
to escape Rito. I remember now. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Incoming.
I hear everything.
I completely screwed that up, but okay. It'll work. Oh no.
Don't blink.
That didn't do too much damage. Done some damage. I know it's true. Didn't know I was so lonely till I found you. Who is gonna make it? We'll find out. In the long run.
Enshroud!
Can handle some resistance if our love is a strong, scared. We ain't shaking, kinda bent. We ain't breaking. In the long run. It's a long run. You know I don't understand why you don't treat yourself better. Do the things that you do. All the debutantes in Houston, baby, couldn't hold a candle to you.
Nothing will get done until it clears. Let this be a lesson to those who
Do
yesterday
it
said
for
I'll do it
love.
tomorrow.
Did you do it for money? Did you do it for spite? Did you think you had to, honey? Who is gonna make it? We'll find out. In the
You'll get frost.
Speed of light.
Flash frost.
Can you not?
One with the forest. I'll uproot you.
Shield to the foe.
Oh my gosh, stop! You jerk.
Can't see. Collect myself.
Feel the beat. Life goes on.
These absolute jerks. They really made it so that you will absolutely loathe the Fatui.
Put your back into it.
Speed of light. Hey! I'll be fine.
One with the forest. Let's nip that in the bud. I miscalculated.
Always take an opportunity to collect some amethyst shards, or amethyst, sorry, as well as some white iron chunks. Boy, do we need lots of those. The Inazuma weapons are definitely, nice. Very nice. Speaking of, we do actually need to unlock the bow weapon. I finally started doing that, but, I did the first day, and then I forgot to go back the next day. So, yeah, in order to unlock the Inazuman bow recipe, you need to turn in a mysterious conch shells, 3 mysterious conch shells every single day for a week. And I kind of screwed up on that. Speaking of, wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. Go ahead and get this. Pretty sure it's under here. Yeah, I like it. Or under here. In a cave. Whatever. I'll figure it out.
One thing after another. Can't see.
I mean, the Inazuman weapons are definitely more for electro users than for other users, but they are still quite good weapons. Like, I think that that Inazuman sword, the katana, wouldn't actually be a bad weapon for Chi-Chi. Like right now, the lion's roar that she has, it affects. I don't really use Chi-Chi's burst a lot. It's basically always there if I need it.
You give.
I don't need to
you
really
receive.
worry about like anything to help recharge it. I guess we can just unlock this. Oh, that could have been bad if the water was even slightly deeper. Okay, this is the one. Husk of Opulent Dreams. No. But Husk of Opulent Dreams. Give me just one moment. On the field, after hitting an opponent with a geo-attack, triggering a maximum of once every 0.3 seconds. When off the field, character gains 1 stack every 3 seconds. Character can stack up to 4 times, each providing 6% defense and a 6% geo damage bonus. When 6 seconds pass without gaining a curiosity stack, 1 stack is lost. Okay. So yeah, that would be good that would be a good set for Yuánshén, assuming that she's still the main of our of our secondary team once we start farming artifact domains. I'm not entirely sure that that's going to be the case, but I guess we'll see. My target? Really?
Don't blink! Huh? Nowhere to hide!
I wasn't supposed to do that. Now I'm wasting... But 10,000 damage! 10,000 damage! Huzzah!
Keep up.
Feel the beat! Life goes on. Speed of light! Hey!
I will take all of that. And then we will head back, turn in this expedition stuff, and get started on a quest. Not the Sumero main quest. We're going to unlock that area in Inazuma, I think. But I think this is the quest line.
Thank you for completing.
That starts with turning in Naku weed to the dude on the storm.
Add Astra.
Anyway, I really should take care of the whole expedition thing before. Shinobu. That name. Just... why? Hey! Oh yeah, I can see how many of each I have here, so I wouldn't have to go into there. But, what I want to do... hold on, let me check. Because I want... I'm... oh, that's right, I forgot. We also have... Noel. Increase the level of breastplate by 3. Maximum upgrade level is 15. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that at the current time, the only Inazuma character I'm going to be using... again, at the current time, I might get, you know... oh, actually, it might be Kujosara or it might be Seiyu. And what do you use for your talents? Teachings of Light. Whereas I think... I can't find out. They won't let me. They won't let me see. I think hers is Elegance.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
We'll go with Philosophy. Just for now. There's gonna be another one, and another one, and another one. We're gonna get so many spare Inazuma skill materials. We're never gonna have to go into one of those domains. I'm gonna eat those words one of these days, but still. Right. Treatment on the island. That is... particularly particular author. Treatment on the island. Alright. So I think with this quest line is going to clear the storm.
Quite a downpour.
And maybe unlock the whatchamacallit.
Let this be a lesson to those who yesterday
unlock that area.
Tomorrow. Thunder and lightning can be quite frightening, but don't worry. Lyra's storm and fire defenses are second to none.
About to point out how Kaching is calling you out. on your procrastination. Light a fire under you. But you know, that's... I mean, I don't dismiss people. I don't dismiss guys who waifu that, because, you know, some guys, they need that. For some, that's the ideal waifu. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You can't touch any. Anyway, you know, some guys. Some guys are self-critical enough on their own. Don't need a waifu that is so very critical of them. Some dudes, some guys. So, for the person who... okay, yeah. So... Now we wait. Oh boy. We got here just a little bit too late. But okay. That's fine. You can wait. Just stand here for an entire day. Why not?
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Thank you, Rainman. I'm sorry if I caused you any inconvenience. No, it's fine. I have mixed a new remedy with the herbs you can, but I don't have any test subjects to assess the efficacy of the medicine. Rainman, can you please tell me straightforward? Rainman, can I ask you to witness the efficacy of my new remedy? The new prescription is still unstable, and there's no way to foresee the worst consequences. So I hope at least someone can witness my success, or help me deal with the consequences. The worst comes to the worst. Alright? Yasumoto drinks. Ugh! Are you alright? Doesn't look very tasty. You alright? Well, tastes bitter and my tongue has gone numb. Local paralysis might be caused by the tatarigami. Tastes horrible. Seems harmless. It may take a long time to observe the side effects of the medicine. I don't know. Hey, they're coming towards us! Rainman, get rid of them! What? Oh my goodness. Okay.
It's my lucky day.
Cut to the chase.
I thought he was hallucinating.
Got lucky that time.
Let's nip that in the bud. Enshroud. God, the fairy. Finally,
Time to rock.
And easy peasy. Okay, never mind.
Nowhere to hide. Stronger than I thought.
There's more. To the fairy.
I'll take this. Go.
Some healing in, shall we?
Incoming. Hey!
When does this stop?
With sword comes shadow. Don't blink. Right idea. From time.
Come with the fuck out. Bury you.
Take this.
Ah!
Oh my gosh.
Have it bloom again.
This is not good. This is not good. I got cocky.
Opening box of adept tricks. Incoming.
This will do. Taste like bliss.
Don't blink. Feel the beat. Go.
is the hero. Oh my goodness. Whew, whew. My heart almost jumped out. Thank you for saving my life. I won't forget it. This is a normal phenomenon. Living beings affected by Tatarigami will be unconsciously attracted to inauspicious energy. Because this remedy is saturated with Tatarigami energy, it's normal that it would attract them. Anyway, I think I know how to improve this remedy. The last failure wasted some fresh herbs. I need some more herbs to continue with my new remedy evaluations. In your upcoming journey, Rain Man, please watch out for any useful herbs on the island. Just leave them in the bamboo basket in front of the house in the mornings. Rain Man, it's fine if you're busy. Maybe I can find someone else to help. I'll take care of it. Goodbye, Traveler Rain. I hope you will have a safe journey on Yashiori Island. Oh, okay, so it's not... Sure. Is this just like a continuous quest or something? Where we can just leave Naku weeds here for stuff, for rewards? Yeah, apparently this was not the start of the quest that I thought it was. And get some healing in. And we can go ahead and get ourselves some of that sweet rank up stuff. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get?
Abyssosk.
We it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Basically what we get every level from now on, apparently. Alright, be honest, I would kind of like to start the quest. Gets rid of the storm. To be perfectly honest, I don't know which quest that is. So instead we're just gonna continue with the Sumeru quest, especially since I would like to unlock that that domain. Not the domain, what am I thinking of? The Troun... Yeah, no, it is the Trounstone. When Dendro meets Hydro, the resulting bloom reaction will generate dendro cores. Only a certain number of such dendro cores may exist at any one time. Perhaps that is just a core principle of the elements. Sure, okay. Alright. Let's see. Journal. Oh. For some reason I thought we needed to go to Port Ormos. I don't know, my brain. Yeah. Who are you? You aren't. Captain? We'll go to the adventure zone. Oh,
Should
maybe
be
not.
Sataria's favorite fortune-telling spot. So should we ask the fortune teller about Sataria? No, I already have enough information on Sataria. The most important thing now is for you to pay attention to the vendor's talking style and key characteristics. Talking style and key characteristics?
My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your fates? The divine voice of wisdom often echoes between mine ears. If thou be blessed today by the gods, I may be able to show you the way.
Huh? Really? Nahida, you've been whispering things to her?
Shh. My friend here has some doubts regarding his future. Can we get a fortune reading for him?
Of course, of course. In that case... It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you. Perhaps, at some time in the past, you have somehow offended the gods.
Only mocking the god of Animo, questioning the lord of Geo's financial savviness, and brawling with the god of Electro. Do those count?
Like, what? What the heck?
Her to divine.
Yeah, I guess Nahida is the only one that we haven't insulted quite considerably. Divine my prospects in love, yeah. Let's do it. I mean, Traveler has quite the harem after all.
Love prospects? No problem at all. The gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. One who is fated to cross your path will appear on... Huh? So many people will fall for you.
What did I say? What did I say?
Did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Told you. Aether's harem.
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably the most accurate fortune-telling you've ever done.
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix is, suboptimal. As such, there will be no charge.
Is that so? Well, that can't be helped.
If you were to bring some food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps they could help you reverse the wheels of fate.
Or if you're talking about the ear thing, the Google Glass thing, that is intentionally flat.
Is
That's
this
part of
another
its
one
design.
Sataria's favorite stalls? Yep. It belongs to a king. His father helped Sataria a lot when she first moved to Sumeri City, so she still comes by whenever she has time. When I start talking with him, listen carefully to the details of our conversation.
Oh. You mean Catherine?
Ah, dear customers. Would you like to look at some pottery?
We caught wind of your great craftsmanship, so we specifically came to take a look.
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild? Sounds like I'm in for some big business.
Speaking of, where did you learn this trade?
I suppose
I'll go check it
you
out.
could say it all started with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while apprenticing for him. After that, I began making pottery by myself in secret, and I simply changed trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making much use of the knowledge provided to me by the Akasha.
That's nice. You're making a living doing something you love.
So is your father still working as a mason?
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg. Since he had already saved enough Mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life in Port Ormos nowadays.
I see. We wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some goods. We'll leave you to it. Take care now.
No problem. Rest easy, all our goods are sure to meet your every need.
I mean, I can imagine that Ventures Guild would have a lot of use for a potter. I mentioned this a while back. Of course, close up. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh! Yeah, that. Oh boy. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that is rough. Oh no. Oh no.
This should be our final stop. Setaria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working
don't.
at the academia. So she always comes by whenever she's out in the city.
Nahida, you've really thought of everything.
It's my duty to protect Samari's citizens, after all.
Do you see Aether or Paimon with the ear thing in?
Hi there.
No?
I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before.
Huh? Sorry, I don't quite remember.
If I recall, you were having a discussion with someone about shipbuilding at the time.
Ah, that's right.
I mean, that's pretty
I've
obvious.
always been really interested in
especially
feats
right
of
there.
marine engineering. After all, I grew up in Liyue Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and out of the port. I came to Sumeru to study, but failed to make it into the academia due to my lack of talent.
Well, nobody knows how dangerous it
I'm
is,
still discussing all kinds of problems with different
except for
scholars.
us.
And I'm continuing to study and perform research from the restaurant's basement. I'm sure I'll get into the academia after their next round of exams.
What an admirable spirit for learning. Amazing.
Sure, but you'll find hardworking people wherever you go.
So this restaurant has a basement as well? Huh. First I've heard of it.
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most of the time, employees use it for breaks or to hold private events.
I see. Guess that makes sense. Well, good luck with your studies, Miss Chishan.
Thank you so much. As long as I can make it into the academia as an official student, I'll be happy.
Anyway, so yeah, the whole thing with adventurers and pottery is that, you know, like, you used pots to preserve food. You know, I meant, like I said, I mentioned this before. You'd take like some beef, you'd you know, break it up as much as you could. You'd cook it, then you pack it down tight, and then just pour butter over it. And it would create like this seal. First, the fat would, you know, it would fill in every gap, so
I think this is pushing it.
it was basically like the original vacuum sealing technology that people have been talking about.
Was that everybody?
Mm-hmm. 3 familiar faces should be enough for Setaria.
What's the point of all the information we've collected? Nahida, you still haven't told us how you're planning to make Setaria face her problems.
Setaria is already used to avoiding her problems, so we must find a way to break through her usual sensibilities. I remember you mentioned that the Eremites in Port Ormuz are all making a fuss about the upcoming resurrection of King Deshret. Although it's all just a boatload of nonsense, the fate of her homeland may turn out to be Setaria's soft spot.
Oh, Paimon!
Hi, Carloid.
You want to take advantage of the guilt Setaria feels about her homeland. Although she knows she should return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sages.
If King Deshret were to criticize Setaria's actions,
So, how do we set that up?
Well, King Deshret is long gone, and Setaria is also too smart to fall for any simple tricks. If we simply engaged her under the guise of King Deshret's believers, she would definitely be wary of us, and we may not get anywhere. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to talk with her, her reaction would probably be very different.
So, you mean you're going to possess those people we just talked to?
Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply they've already converted to the faith of King Deshret, and then convey our made-up will of King Deshret. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sataria for sure. She'll never guess that we had anything to do with it.
Ah, so that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on It's so that you won't slip up and break form. Possessing them will only work if you can manage to pass off as them.
Exactly. So, best of luck with impersonating them.
Huh? Best of luck? But we don't know how to...
This is,
That's no problem at all.
poorly,
I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also wearing an Akasha terminal, the effect will basically be as if you've possessed them yourself.
Huh. That is pretty convenient. But why does he have to do this? Can't you do it yourself?
Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at imitating them.
You're not wrong.
well, we've been imitating a human for
This whenever you
months
try to
now.
pass as Catherine.
Right. Try my best.
If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone. But seeing how things are now, I probably should just accept it and push on.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it. We're only doing this to help everyone, and we'll only be borrowing them for a little while anyway.
Yeah, the ends justify the means! That's exactly what every hero says! Oh my goodness. Okay. Wheat. Oh, and it's tomorrow afternoon that we gotta wait until. Quite a view to be waiting. Huh? Very appropriate one, considering all this talk about King Deshret.
Oh, here she comes. Satari is here.
Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find a safe spot.
I'm gonna screw this up, aren't I?
How we'll sway her to our side, I'll leave that to you. I trust you'll know what to say.
Paimon's starting to feel kind of nervous. Okay, let's go. Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding spot and get started.
That's not suspicious at all.
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still listening to me, Nabia?
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles with your love life, right? I heard everything you said.
Okay then. You just seemed a little distracted for a moment there.
Absolute.
Strange. Your cats seem pretty worked up. Is something wrong? I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again?
Harut and Maru.
Ah, that's right. They are just little darlings, aren't they? Harut and Marut.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today? You must have come for another echo of the divine voice of wisdom.
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you, I feel like I've been a real mess recently.
A mess?
Well, could you do a reading on how long it'll take me to finish my current project at work? I really just want to get it over with.
I hear you. No problem at all. The gods will reveal the truth.
Oh my gosh, that's so awkward. Oh ho 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 ho, the gods have spoken.
Sorry, your new laugh is just so hilarious. I couldn't help it.
Oh, please pay no mind to those kinds of details. The gods are asking, Setaria, why haven't you gone home?
Why haven't I gone home? Do the gods really know everything I've been thinking about?
Setaria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead of a question. The gods seem to be truly upset.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. Please pass on my most sincere apologies and ask for their divine forgiveness. And if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who's speaking to you right now?
Yeah, I'm just gonna look off behind you, off to the side.
Consider it a naive question.
That's not suspicious at all.
Speaking to me is, of course, the wisest and mightiest of all, King Deshret.
That's a
No
little...
wonder he would make such a demand of me.
That's a little forceful.
Wait a second. King Deshret passed away a long time ago. Even though news of King Deshret's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can King Deshret still exist in real life?
Huh? King Deshret's resurrection is a misinformation... I believe they call that a disinformation campaign. Thank you very much.
What insolence! I am King Deshret's most loyal believer. Do you wish to refute his voice of wisdom?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory has touched even this city. I will think very carefully about his demand of me.
I mean, wouldn't it be better to say something more along the lines of, oh, you know, this misinformation campaign was actually a divine, divinely inspired, or something like that. Like, oh, you thought it was a simple misinformation campaign?
Ooh, she just ran off in a hurry. She looked pretty upset
Something
too.
about
Well done. Setaria didn't seem to
the
suspect
source was
anything amiss.
the divine inspiration
Perhaps
of King
something she's been
Deshret.
trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her? That must have shaken her to the core.
Aw, Nahida, it seems like you understand human emotions really well after all.
All I know are some abstract Harava-taught theories. And in any case, my time with you has shown a lot of them to be utterly useless. I'm still trying to make sense of it.
I mean, it would help if maybe you actually interacted with humans instead of Ether and Paimon.
Right on cue. Let's get ready to possess him right away.
I was actually talking the other day
I just got caught up in something.
about
Actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again?
gardening work, masonry work. Masonry work? Yeah, because, right? I remember his father was a mason.
Oh, right. Your old man's craft. How could I forget? Speaking of, how's he doing?
Wasn't paying
Is
a
he
lot of
feeling
attention
any
to that one. He's feeling a lot better, and he's walking more now. He's feeling a lot better. He can lift stuff now. He's walking.
Oh, that's good to hear. I've been thinking a lot about him. If I could get some more time off, I'd love to pay him a visit. Actually, while we're talking about him, is he still living in Port Ormos?
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Let him know that recently, faith in King Deshret has taken root in Port Ormos and has begun to spread across Sumeru.
I mean, wouldn't he already know that?
And has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't want him to get into a fight with those King Deshret believers because of a difference in beliefs.
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? The Academia or King Deshret? I'm so jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, yet you chose to betray King Deshret, and now you spend all your time with those crooks from the Academia.
You don't mean... You've also become a believer of King Deshret?
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
Can't pick a side? Me?
Whoa! Paimon had no idea you'd be so good at this!
Before I knew it, I was starting to get into the role. I wasn't too harsh, was I? I mean, it's...
You really zeroed in on the issue and put it right in front of her.
That's...
It might feel a bit overwhelming for Sataria.
Writers praising their own writing. That's, you know...
I'm sure to pay her a visit to
great.
her mind and explain everything. Anyway, let's keep going.
But yeah, I was talking the other day about how,
Sataria's already started talking.
Can you please not? About how a lot of these shows, you know, the smart heroes, they aren't actually smart, it's just that they...
So, Shishan, have you noticed anything weird in the city lately? Like, as if someone was trying to preach to you about something?
No, I've been spending all my time studying in the basement.
Oh, right. Speaking of strange
Yeah, their
things,
plans just
I
work
celebrated
because
this
the
Observance
writers say
Festival
so.
so many times that I lost count. That was really weird.
Wait, how could you be aware of that? That should be impossible. Nothing in the report indicated anything like that.
Are you still failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all of Sumeru's citizens?
Shishan, don't tell me that you've converted to King Deshret as well.
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret. In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You, who works side by side with the Academia and treated people as nothing more than experimental subjects.
Please.
We really have room to criticize about that, doing this.
Even now, Sataria's still trying to run from her problems.
Did I push too hard?
She can no longer justify everything to herself.
Hey, she's trying to talk to the guards! What should we do?
This is the most important part of all. Quick, get ready.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message to the Matra right away. The situation in the city is getting out of control.
Please, try to remain calm, miss. Tell me what's happening in the city.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents to their side.
Heretics? What kind of heresy are you talking about?
King Deshret! Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long dead. It's impossible.
Miss Sataria, nothing is impossible.
You know my name?
King Deshret is immortal, and all who defy him will one day pay the price. You must face the truth, Sataria. You tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the Academia's grasp on you will become, and the deeper you will be ensnared. Child of King Deshret, never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer?
See, now that was actually,
In fact, aren't you
well,
the strange
you know,
one?
well
The
crafted.
one who still can't pick a side?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret.
Sataria, Why haven't you gone home?
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers of King Deshret. I have to say, this is a familiar feeling. I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over my part in the Sage's plans, and from ignoring the letters from the children of my homeland. But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
It's not too late to turn back.
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides, did you really want to conduct your research while carrying such heavy feelings of guilt?
How do you know me so well? Are you truly just a believer of King Deshret? Or are you the god himself?
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the academia and its sages, and to correct their mistakes. If you could provide some assistance in this matter, perhaps it could serve as a form of atonement.
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Your appearance must be a fated opportunity for me to get out of this wretched situation. Please
Never
tell me,
believed in the gods.
what can I
Like,
do?
they're literally there all the time. Just, okay. True atheist. Great, we finally convinced her.
How much do you know about the sage's current activities?
I was just one of the designers for the masked dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Subzerus festival. But I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume that only staff with the highest clearance would have access to those confidential documents. I've just been working to meet the Grand Sage's specified requirements. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city, and even the sages are still quite wary of him.
Now, Cass, that even the sages are still wary of?
To fight against the academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand Sage, and I've been working on many tasks outside of the project. One thing, though, I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always closely monitored all activities within the Akasha. Let me see. Let's use the most primitive method. Send someone to pick up the documents tomorrow evening at the Academia entrance.
The academia entrance. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous?
Don't worry about that. I assure you, this won't be a trap. I'm only suggesting this location because it'll draw more scrutiny for me to leave the Academia again. It'll be safest for me to distract the guards long enough to hand you the documents.
All right, I trust you.
So, if I were to successfully complete this task, would it mean I've atoned for my wrongdoings?
That'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro Archon.
The Dendro Archon. That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the God of Wisdom, she's also the one responsible for judging and guiding the scholars. Maybe it's time for me to find a god to believe in.
Just as Nahid did, we've managed to bring Sataria to our side. The Traveler's execution
I'm
was
a
ingenious.
little confused by that last part, because that seems that it was...
Now that we've made plans to meet again
Again,
tomorrow
writers
evening,
praising their own writing.
all we can do is pray for Sataria's mission to go off without a hitch. Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you? God of Wisdom and Guardian of the Scholars? No. The truth is the true Guardian of Scholars. I've always believed that. Anyway, let's meet again tomorrow evening at the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah, I don't know. Bringing up the Dendro Archon with this... that seems like it would cause some problems, you know? I'm just saying. Okay. This, right? And Now we wait. And wait. And wait. Who is gonna make it? We'll find out in the long run. In the long run. We can handle some resistance if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one.
Catherine, we're here! Oh, you are the other Catherine, right? That's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind.
We just call her Nahida.
Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect Catherine's identity. Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule out the chance that the meetup tonight is just a trap. If something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all, the academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world. Yep, exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking.
Except they've been closely monitoring the Akasha. Could they be aware of what's going on, what she's been doing with it? Somehow doubt that.
Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard.
Don't you feel like something is off?
Off? What do you feel is off?
It's just a little too quiet.
It's the middle of the night. Of course it's quiet. You're not getting paranoid, are you? No, I think he's right. It really is a lot quieter than usual. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is the case for the entire city, though. Huh. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also to get everyone to go to sleep early, just so we can exchange the documents in peace.
Yeah, no.
I can't quite figure out why things feel a little off. But now that we're here, let's go ahead and meet her as we planned. Well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, Paimon feels a little safer.
I got a question. What's with all this stuff? What's with all this stuff? This stuff. Back here. Doesn't seem very, like, it doesn't seem related to the work of the Adventurers Guild.
People out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the Academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards.
Yeah, good luck with that. Okay, Sparkly Trail, I will trust you. And the fact that, you know, she possessed those people through the Akasha, it kind of, and the sages monitor the Akasha, that seems like a red flag that the story is trying to, you know, throw up in front of us. Just saying.
What are all these people doing here at this hour of the night?
What the
triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the Academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor.
Oh.
If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Samara City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
Oh no! What
Oh.
should we do? These are all just regular people! Leave now. You need to get out of here. What? That guy's a Pte Harbinger! We can't just leave you here! Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru! Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
So it wasn't what I thought it was, but yeah. Definitely
This
not
should be
not
far
good.
enough. Paimon needs to catch her breath first.
Listening device on her
Is
person.
Nahida going to be okay?
Given the nature of the Akasha
Because of her.
and the Akasha terminals, we should. I mean that. She can jump between minds. Hopefully she'll be fine. I'm not sure. That guy was pretty terrifying.
Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. That guy was number 2. So scary.
Yeah, I'd say he does qualify as
Himself
number
the
2.
Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about him. Sataria did say that someone who once got expelled from the academia came back recently. And that even the sages are wary of him. Yep. Sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor.
We underestimated the scale of this
Yeah.
number.
Now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the academia. They're in cahoots with the Fatui.
Wow, what a shock! You mean like every single.
Fatui after this time. Another Gnosis?
We need to find a way to reunite with Nahida.
Yeah. Things would be a lot easier with Nahida's help. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right?
Let's start our own investigation. Let's go find someone else who might.
You mean...
Let's go find Thainari.
Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some project when we were staying with him in the Avidia Forest? That has to be the same project. Even though he turned it down at the time, he might still know something. There's no time to lose. Let's go to Gandharvaville.
To Gandharvaville we go. Yum yum. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Wait, what? Talk to Catherine. What? What? I guess maybe you wouldn't be interested in Catherine since. I mean, since it wasn't Catherine, but it was Nahida, probably wouldn't be interested in her. I guess that's why.
I think we can forgo the lost and found report.
Sorry, listen, I know that Nahida's in danger, but, you know, treasure. Tree Shar.
Cut to the chase. Incoming. You give, you
What's
receive.
this, what's this, dendrologram? plants look so sus. Oh. Oh. Well. Would you look at that? Ha! And you need the dendrololograms in order to use those. Now that's clever. I like that. And those plants, like, there's clearly like something going on with these plants. Like, you just look at their design and it's like, yeah, there's something up with that. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna shoot a dendrologram there, and it works.
Yeah.
I like that Sumeru has more than just like two towns. Seems like every single place we visit has more cities. Like, well, okay, I guess Mondstadt has 2, right? It's got, you know, Mondstadt, and then it's got Springvale, and then nothing else, even though it's on the coast. You'd think there'd be a port city for, you know, trade, but, you know, sure. Anyway, Liyue has Liyue. It's got Chingsei Village, and it's got Wangshu, which frankly should count as its own village. And then Inazuma has got Konda Village, Rito, Inazuma City, and the Sengonomiya Shrine. I don't think the Grand Narukami Shrines counts, but I'm pretty sure the Sengonomiya Shrine is kind of like a town in its own right. And yeah, there's Higi Village, and I think there's the Kujo encampment, but I don't really count those. I'm pretty sure Higi Village is like abandoned, if I remember correctly. And then Sumeru, you've got Port Ormos, you've got Sumeru City, you've got Gandharvaville, you've got Vimara Village. There's another one, isn't there? It's a tiny one. Or am I thinking of Vimara Village? Maybe. The one ranger lady. Anyway, and then there's Aru Village. So yeah, you know, there's more population centers, which, you know, makes sense. Entire countries, and it's like, yeah, you know. Anyway, but I like the additional settlements. Well, where's Thainori? Oh, here's Thainori. Let's talk to him now.
Keep up. Hi.
Yesterday, a total of 5 dozen birds.
No, seriously, where... Hold on. Go to Gandharvaville. I was just talking about how clever those little plants are. This is not so clever. Especially when you have, like, fast travel in this game. And it's like, it's fast travel, it's open world, and then they just, like, don't consider that you enter this town from another area. They just... Not necessarily saying that, like, the cinematic should change, like, oh, he entered from the east. No, like the...
A blonde-haired traveler and a floating ferry. We've got you all right. Take a look around. You've fallen right into our trap.
Are you mercenaries from the Corps of 30? Did you come here to arrest us?
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs who don't even get scraps for their work. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in all of Sumeru. We're here on the orders of a client known only as the Outcast.
So they literally work for the
Outcasts from the academia?
they work for the government, but they don't know it. Oh, I could make references to current year stuff, but yeah, since the Doctor basically runs the academia now, he's government, but it's kind of like, oh, they work for government publicly, and these guys work for it privately and think they're all independent and that they're doing good and all.
But why wouldn't the Doctor just send the Fatui after us?
Local mercenaries might have an edge over the Pte, maybe because he's taking advantage of the academia's resources.
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat. We'll shut you up soon enough. Get them!
Help me, Thainari!
You're up, Traveler!
No, he's not.
Following orders. God!
Don't blink!
Can't see?
I'll take my leave.
Time to rock!
And let me guess, there's gonna be another wave after this. And then another wave after that. And then
With sword comes shadow. Incoming.
11,300! Look at that.
Nip that in the butt.
Of course, the actual crit damage is gonna... The damage that she does on crits is gonna go down. Once if I switch over to the black sword.
It isn't over yet! Here comes reinforcements! Speed of light!
I'll uproot you.
Amp it up! Don't blink! That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like?
Probably won't be long before we see more of them.
Yeah, looks like we'll have to keep our guards up. But this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Did he predict that we would try to find Kainari?
I mean, he could have had, like,
Smart people is
a
tough.
few different...
Anyway, let's keep going.
He could have had them go in a few different places, you know? That's... I'm just saying. It's generally the smarter option than putting all your eggs in one basket and assuming that your prediction is going to be correct. What a smart opponent would do.
Ha! Keep up. I think we can forgo the lost and found.
Okay, I can see why it would be an issue. Of course. You know, I was just talking about how, like, oh yeah, you know, they should make allowances for people to be entering Gandharvaville in different ways. It's like the Doctor did not do that. And that's why you have to enter Gandharvaville that way, is because the Doctor didn't plan for that. He planned for you to enter it the other way.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
Ole does not think.
Oh, it's the Traveler in Paimon.
Actually, does she even have an Akasha tournament?
Kale! again. Are you doing alright?
Will be great.
To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My LSR has been progressing at a faster rate lately. I'm finding it harder to complete more intricate tasks. As a result, Master Tighnari is taking me off the patrol schedule. He will only allow me to stay here and coordinate other people's tasks.
Oh, Kale.
Seems that curing Irminsul is our only chance.
Speaking of Tighnari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to talk to him.
Oh, Master Tighnari? He just left the Avidia Forest a little while ago. He was headed to Party's DI.
Huh? He left? What? Isn't Tighnari always saying that he never wants to leave the Avidia Forest? He even turned down the Sage's invitation.
I thought it was weird too. Master Tighnari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above everything. He almost never leaves his post. He left in a hurry this time, though.
Uh-oh. Did he have his Akasha terminal on?
No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. He also made sure to delegate all his tasks using a schedule. To leave in such a hurry? I guess he had something urgent to take care of.
Or someone had taken control of his mind.
Master Tighnari originally studied in the Amorta Darshan of the Academia, and Partis DI is something like the Amorta's research base. Many rare shrubs and grasses have been planted there for research. I know that before he became a forest watcher, Master Tighnari once spent a long time conducting research at Partis DI.
A research base, huh? Gotta wonder what kind of research Tighnari just decided to work on all of a sudden. Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Party's DI.
Okay, please take care of yourself, Kobe Kole. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay?
Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm used to living with Elazar by now. If you run into Master Tighnari, please send him my regards.
Got it. Will do. See you later, Kale.
Oh, really? 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 Okay. Okay, so we gotta complete this quest first, it looks like. After we just fled Sumeru City, we have to go back here and... Yeah, okay.
Hey.
I'm just gonna shop around for one more day.
Ooh, boy, that is...
I see everything.
The lady's adventure plans are probably on hold for good.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it works. That's a bad attitude to have when you're self-employed, I'm just saying.
Hey.
Kitty bo bitty.
Aww. So what is this lady that whose brain we took over thinking?
Nothing escapes my eyes.
Except for the fact that we took over your brain.
I see everything.
About that topic brought up the other night. I can't space out. I can't let anything affect my work.
Harim is a tough nut to crack.
Come on.
Hey.
That guy is trying to bluff me again.
I see everything.
Oh, dang it. Should have a reduced cooldown if you target nothing. Just saying. No, I'm trying to... Why? Wait.
Harim is a tough nut to crack.
No, these people aren't... These people don't have names. They canonically do not have minds to read, then.
I hope no one from the Academia comes here to stir up trouble today.
They are the NPCs of the NPC.
I'm almost out of cash again. Better go get some off Pa or Big Pro.
Ooh.
My hope is.
A lot of people with bad attitudes here. Stan.
I hope the children are doing well.
There's people with bad attitudes. He's got a name. He has to have thoughts in his head.
When will miHoYo finally land a solid job so I can rest easy?
Oh, wait. Was that? Hold on.
It's called being a
It
freelancer.
was. I was thinking of that guy.
Everyone hold it?
So even academics can get into a fight. I'd better steer clear of them.
We'd have to close the blacksmiths to treat the air. But if it gets shut down, I'll have nothing to write about for my thesis. This is so frustrating.
Can't stay up late again tonight.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Welcome to the Adventures. Hi, Catherine. Hello, Catherine. Greetings. You both look great today. Are you here to take commissions? Why are you both staring at me? Is there something of significance that you would like to inquire about? No, we just want to take commissions. Understood. You seem like a seasoned adventurer already. I did say that. Then you must be well acquainted with the Adventurers Guild's way of operation. Therefore, I won't waste your time going over it. If you have any questions for the Guild, please feel free to ask me at any time. Please pitch in with the commissions in Sumeru City. Outstanding adventurers like you will surely be a great help to the people here. Safe travels, adventurer. Ad Astra Abyssos. Okay, so is that just... Okay. I guess that was what we were supposed to take care of when we first got to Sumeru City. Also, what's this interesting thing? Oh! Now we can take Sumeru missions. Well, how about that? Alright, let's read some more people's minds first. Thanks for the free character matches.
Everyone hold it?
By the Dendro Archon, please don't make me move my stall again.
Man, these city folks have no sense of vigilance.
I can't let Farouk see me the next time I make a move.
How
can my own brother say something like that about
Akram is never going to stop stealing, is he?
Finding out some stuff.
So much mundane work. Thankfully, my job only involves recording things.
This year.
I want to go on vacation.
Watch out for pickpockets.
Hey!
When can I finally retire?
I see
I
everything!
didn't realize how many outlanders there were in Sumeru until I started this job.
Everyone hold it?
If only people understood how useful rosewater really is.
With me providing cover here, the boss's secret trade route should be safe.
I only take orders from my employers.
That Serafi dares to blab about the boss one more time.
I pray all the children.
The children are a lot tougher than us old geezers.
Where do the Raranana usually live? I want to invite them to my house.
Anyway, there's no ethical questions about, you know, reading people's minds. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. We're the good guys. Nahida, Catherine.
Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried about you.
Are Nahida right? You haven't been reprogrammed by the doctor, have you?
Hey, this was supposed to be a touching reunion, but you're ruining the moment. Actually, it's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, the Doctor has shown that his technology can apparently even control human minds. Plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up and I was facing the Doctor by myself. Even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm can occasionally pass as a patch of sky. Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
I believe you.
Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything. All I wanted was to clarify my point. Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us more about what happened. Are those poor people all right?
I mean, we were just in Sumeru.
I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the Doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious, he didn't mean engraving information into their minds. Instead, he did something closer to creating hallucinations. That was still within my power to fix. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me. Whew. What a relief. The Doctor sure pulled out some hidden cards, but good thing we had Nahida with us. I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another one of our trump cards. Also, the Doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter of time until he captures my consciousness inside the Akasha. Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then how do we stop him? He's still at the Academia, so it's possible he already started messing with the Akasha.
We need to hurry. Our position is only getting worse with time.
Ugh. It feels like he's toying with us. What a nasty piece of work. The Doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number 2 of the Fatui. We shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try to find another way to attack this problem. Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to Party's DI? Have you been waiting for us? Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental energy, so I deduced your destination by looking at the direction you were moving in. You didn't come here for sightseeing, right? Did you find any leads? We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him. Why don't you come inside with us and see what we can find? Okay. Let's just hope we won't get him into trouble.
Let's go read some minds, shall we?
He's tunnel visioning again.
Hey!
At this rate, I'm not going to meet the deadlines.
Please be careful not to touch the plants here.
I see everything!
The scholar's research seems rather mysterious.
That was really generic. That was a really generic thought.
I hear footsteps. Are there still more students coming to me with their questions?
No, just, you know.
The most recent batch of raw materials is flying off the shelves. The boss's intel proved to be useful once again.
Who's this boss? You know, like, the different people, so it could theoretically be, you know, different bosses, but the way they're talking about him is very similar. So, who is... So, I'm pretty sure it's the same person.
Surely everyone knows quantity cannot make up for quality.
I mean... Have you ever led armies?
Maybe I should have another chat with that researcher.
Quantity can do quite a lot to make up for quality. more, and then we'll go find Thainari.
Oh, great Dendro Archon. Please let my application get approved.
No. Denied! Denied!
This guy just keeps going on and on. Why does he have to be so curious?
What guy? Ooh! What guy? Oh my goodness. The Urban Soul has driven that guy insane.
Hey!
Surely everyone knows quantity cannot make up for quality.
Asia.
Traveler? It is you!
Ah! It's Hypatia!
Long time no see. Didn't expect to run into you here.
What a pleasant surprise! It's so nice to see the two of you again.
Who's this? She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the... what's it called? Satyavada life? Oh, I
Why
see.
don't you know her?
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time. Ever since I've come here, hardly anyone has even talked to me.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, for you to leave the Avidia Forest means... you're not in training anymore? Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach Pariporna life?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to make contact with the divine.
I'm really happy for you. You're truly amazing. And we're just sitting here with the that she's supposed to have contacted.
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with others at long last. When my consciousness made contact with the gods. What a supreme and unparalleled experience that was.
Oh boy, she was just getting really high. Actually, we're here for Thainari. We're in a hurry, so let's chat about this next.
Oh, all right. Actually, please wait. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct connection to the consciousness of the divine.
You can do that?
Do you believe her, Nahida?
I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try, I'll do my best to protect your consciousness during the process.
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneal with me. This is still a crucial part of the ceremony.
We're using that incense again?
All right.
Come on, guys, let's gather around and get high.
I'll help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Ready?
What are those things called again? Braziers?
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounce the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
Oh. Okay.
What was that?
This is neither the Great Lord's consciousness nor King Deshret's consciousness.
Did we actually just see the Balladier's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia was talking about?
He's the one corrupting Irminsul.
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god! Such a noble will! Such sublime emotion! Alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart. Oh, great and merciful God, please grant me forgiveness and salvation.
Well, okay then!
I'm afraid this is no periporno life, but rather...
Yeah, let's...
You! Why are you so mean to me? Why is everyone hiding from me? I found divine wisdom. Shouldn't I receive praise and honor? Haven't I uncovered that light in the darkness?
Hypatia?
That's how I always thought everything should be. Wait. Have I already lost my mind?
Yeah. Yeah, you got insane. Just saying. Gone all nutty. Yeah, so now we know why some of those scholars go nutty.
Wait, something isn't right.
God, that looks so much like one of those Chuck E. Cheese animatronics when she did that, when she looked to the right and then to the left. You know, you'd probably fight a lot more efficiently if you used the sword that I actually gave you rather than a dull blade. Well, that was spooky. So, Catherine's dead? Seems so.
Okay, we finally lost him.
Also, where did Thainari come from?
Are you okay, Nahida? Wait, no. Something feels different. You're back!
Oh, the Traveler's back?
It's me. What just happened?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure right before the Catherine puppet was destroyed. After that, Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here.
This time she didn't just transfer her mind into my body. Our minds swapped places.
What? You swapped places? You mean your consciousness also went into Nahida's body? Wait, then where is Nahida's consciousness? Where is she now?
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. I don't think this can be achieved with current human technology. Also, while we were running, the consciousness in your body told me to pass on a message. She said, "The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies."
Oh no! Nahida's trapped in the sanctuary of Surasthana for good this time. Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague.
It's in a code that only we know. We can't let the doctor figure out what we're up to.
Oh, that makes sense. Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything without him knowing. She's being extra careful. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies. Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from the alchemical divination at the Sub-Zero's festival. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria.
The moon refers to Nahida herself. Starlight refers to the people of the desert. Illusions and lies refer to the Academia's plan. Starlight refers to the people of the desert.
That makes a lot of sense. Huh. Do you think Nahida was telling us to go find help in the desert? But
Where else that's
she
where
isn't
she
with
is.
us anymore. Think we'll be okay?
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana. Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who is occupying the traveler's body, is the Dendro Archon?
Your guess is correct, but the situation's a bit complicated, so it's really hard for us to explain right now.
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the complicated nature of the situation, safe to say I have witnessed that for myself. I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side, so I trust you.
Thank you, Tainari. Oh, actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project that the sages have been working on?
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always secretive about its scope and goals, so I eventually declined. All I know is that that project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
I think I know what the project is about. I just received some new intel.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in
The
Nahida's
academia... The academia is turning the Balladeer into a god.
What?
Do you have any evidence?
I saw a nascent god under construction. Hypatia also showed us a so-called divine consciousness. That's what you saw when you exchanged consciousness with
So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact with the consciousness of a new god who is still in the process of being born.
Tainari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Pardis Dii and began searching for a way to return her to her normal self. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile at Aru village. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly of Lesser Lord Kusanali, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not accepting their invitation.
The Pte is also behind this. The Pte may have fanned the flames.
The Doctor and the Balladeer. We have two Pte.
I really need to learn what the Balladeer means.
Sounds like we're in for a bad time. From your description, I don't think they've completed their project. There may still be room for us to intervene. But then, what is the connection between creating a new god and restoring Irminsul?
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the sage's goals.
Let's head to the desert for now. We must stop them no matter what.
Right. We've pretty much gone over everything we need to know, so we should head out. How about you, Tighnari? What are you going to do?
I'll stay here for now. I still want to try a few more things to help Hypatia. If you're planning to go into the desert, start by heading for Caravan Rabat. That'll be your fastest route. Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help. May the spirit of wisdom go with you.
Thanks, Tighnari. Hopefully Hypatia will feel better soon. We're off then.
Alright. Well, let's go ahead. The achievements gotten. Share senses with Nahida through possession using Akasha. Was that the Soul Traveler? But yeah, why you wanna give me the runaround? The triumph of the imagination. Be viewed as the savior of the world by the citizens controlled by Dottore. Witness Scaramucci's past after being connected to the divine consciousness. Sure might keep things up when all it does is slow me down. I think we have enough for one more wish. Yeah. Oh, one more wish for each. Nothing here. Nothing to see here. I think this will put my pity up to like 60 or so. This one. And alright, so as you might have guessed, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Go ahead to Sumeru City, because that's perfectly safe to go to. And last week, when I took a break, I decided to sing you guys a song. But this time, something else, something a little different is gonna be happening.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk, Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
work-life balance, but as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's
And I'm back. Hold on. I gotta actually switch over to.
I know for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
It was less than 10 minutes. No, it was actually about 10 minutes. But still, I get 10 minutes off per day, and that's pushing it.
I see everything.
I need to take 2 subterbees with me when I go back to my hometown.
What?
I think this should be everything. Right. I also need to bring some seeds back. What a pity. If only I knew her name.
Next on-site investigation.
Everyone hold hands.
Hello?
I wish someone would play a game of Genius Invocation TCG with me.
Was that a reference to Magic the Gathering?
I see everything.
It's easier to open a business here. There's less competition than in the city, after all.
Oh, let's see what your business is all about. Okay, apparently not. Apparently it's about nothing that we want.
I forgot to close the windows back home. I hope the place isn't completely filled up with sand.
The youth these days really don't care to settle down.
see everything.
That person I saw just now is probably a good fighter.
Yeah? Okay, there we go. Have to be in the exact location that the game has specified.
We finally made it to Caravan Reebok. It's pretty lively here. So, just past this wall is the desert, huh? Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall, it's gotta be the divine work of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, right?
Doubt it. Considering it's a desert construction, but it is indeed quite impressive. Truly awe-inspiring.
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Oh, hi, Thane. Where did he come from?
Over here.
Oh, Haytham went that way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
What? Anyway. Yeah, I didn't include this on the list of settlements.
I'll go back later. Honestly, I'm not that into drinking.
Yeah, there's actually even more settlements here.
I want to see a dragon with my own eyes.
I see everything.
Oh, wait, that's...
I think this should be everything. Ah, right. I also need to bring some seeds back.
What the... Where did he go? How did we lose him? They were just here a second ago.
More Aramite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time? Anyway, Traveler, it seems like we were being followed again.
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the academia.
You really gave Paimon a scare, I'll hate them. I never
Oh, whoopsies. Sorry. Been muted for...
Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the academia? Wait, don't tell Paimon that you're here to take us back on their orders.
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the academia's hit list. I can't say that I didn't expect it. However, had I wished to turn you over to the academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
Did you participate in the Sage's big project?
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the Sages can offer.
So you were actually looking for me?
Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, I've run into some difficulties. Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, I must understand how the capsule first came to be. Which brings me back to you, and why you're so interesting. The leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you, and upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you've been hiding from me?
It must be because I was so shocked to hear those words. Worlds forget me. Yeah, no, I gathered that.
Haytham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff like that?
The situation is a little complicated. Can't share what I know just yet. Why not? Why not? Why not?
Your answer. Well, I do work for the academia after all. So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your cards close to your chest. But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Am I right? No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own. Speaking of, you two are also headed to the desert?
That's right! We have the same plan as you! But we don't really have any concrete goals at the moment.
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel than anywhere else. Well, would you like to head there together?
Let's head there together.
It's always better to travel with someone you know. Let's go!
Well, we could do that. But I was thinking, if nobody's here to join me, we could instead do some other things.
Who ate a poisonous mushroom this time?
Specifically, do some of these story quests. Let's see. I really want to get to this story quest though, because it unlocks a new trance domain. So yeah, I think we'll do that first.
The value of
which basically means that we're going to be finishing the main story as it currently exists. But when the update comes, then there'll be more for us, I'm sure. Plus, there are a bunch of other main story quests that we need to do that aren't just, you know, the main story.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place! Let's go check it out!
Well, if I know anything from Fire Emblem, spears beat swords, so I don't know. Dude's in a bit of trouble. That was a crit.
Sino.
Either Sino doesn't have high damage stats.
My memory fails me. We have barely spoken two words to each other before now at the academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Oh, Haytham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because you managed to escape my attack.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate description?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
Who is that, Alhaitham? Did you call him General Mahamatra?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crimes.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Alhaitham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I wouldn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
I don't trust him as much as you seem to think, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stand by and do nothing.
Has Alhaitham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Alhaitham, I saw it during our fight. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it for myself.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes Amatra's senses.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
Did lie to us.
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you? And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the Academia?
Did a mission from the sages.
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two? Ugh! What you would do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can't trust either of them.
Ahem. Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great! Finally, someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here, otherwise these two are gonna start fighting again!
Yeah, sure looks that way. Two giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day, that's for sure. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
All these 5 stars. Neither of them can afford to be distracted by me. Look, they're still looking for an opportunity to attack.
Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong! Is this a sandstorm? Paimon's gonna get blown away!
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Hey, look, it's Candace!
Oh, this wind is too strong! Let's get over there!
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you Academia folks such hard work? Move it!
All right, stop yelling.
Daylight come on, they wanna go home. Day-o, day-o. Daylight come on, me wanna go home.
Well, this is pretty awkward. Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Our savior has come at last! meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for helping us.
Have my
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister. Unlike those guys over there.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic at hand. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started. And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Oh!
She's a 4-star. She's telling the 5 stars how to act.
Candace's character.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like to hear. So, which of you will begin?
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Alhaitham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh? Exile yourself?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself. I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of incriminating evidence were carefully concealed from me. I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. He even said to me, "The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us."
So they really are up to no good.
I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their control over knowledge. The vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the academia of today.
So you then decided to exile yourself?
I believed it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find the truth, I will administer judgment by my own name.
Cyno seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary.
It's still too early to trust him completely. What if that whole story was just me?
Well, Cyno, if that's your story, then why did you see Alhaitham as a target?
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, And I think we deserve an explanation.
From the very beginning, Al Haytham was. Sages were watching me from the very beginning.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler.
Al Haytham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge.
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information, namely that divine knowledge indeed exists. That gave me all I needed to know. From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the divine knowledge capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
What about your encounter with me? Did you join forces with me just so you could investigate me?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect anything. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the divine knowledge capsule.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
Now that you mention it, things did go like that. Is that enough to prove his innocence?
That's true. Al Haytham helped us out at Caravan Rebat as well. Maybe he's telling the truth.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the divine knowledge capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied. After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land.
You should be well aware, Scribe Al Haytham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion. Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
That's not an answer.
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
That's like any of them at this point.
Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings.
Oh, prove your innocence. I'm going to accuse you, and you must prove your innocence.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking
not how that
about must have
works.
been so boring that I spaced out. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to our village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back together with everyone here. But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from there.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, dear.
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
Whoa! What was that sound?
Oh, that was just your
No
stomach.
need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
Creatures? In the sandstorm? Are you sure you don't want some backup?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at a disadvantage. You needn't worry.
Yeah, just leave them to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
winds died down. That means the sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check on her.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Hold on. I wanna see. I wanna see if there's any treasure. Yawn. Sorry. Tired. Wait. Wait. I think it would be at the top of the village chief's house, right? It's Dendroculus. Yes! My suspicion was correct. He's got them skills, you know? This is not up to code, I'm just saying.
That's everything. On to the next.
There was something up there, wasn't there? I believe I saw a challenge thing, which I'm more keen on doing those once I see them now than I was before. I used to be like, oh yeah, I'll get to them when I get to them, but I don't know, these days I've been kind of like, yeah, I should do them right away. Oh, I was gonna say I was wondering why there aren't any in between, but oh gosh, I was supposed to go a different way. Now, will I have time? Nope. Oh, can you please just? My goodness. Hit the X and she's just like, no, I'm just gonna hang here for a bit. Come on. Plenty of time. Easy peasy.
You receive.
Rift Towns?
Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I realized it, even the sandstorm had stopped.
Not only is she really strong, her stamina is also something.
Here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier, but now I have something to take my anger out on.
It's been quite a while since I've seen the Flame Mane in action. I'll leave these to you then.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
Nowhere to hide. Incoming.
Can't see?
Pyrotechnics! Feel the beat!
And easy as that.
Here comes another wave! When are they ever gonna let up?
I'm guessing after 3 waves total, because that's generally how that works.
I hear everything! One with the forest! Keep up!
Oh, only 2.
The creature stopped appearing. Was that the last of
Guess the
them?
ones that Candace dealt with were the first.
What
of
we
3.
fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time being.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
The village chief?
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full taking care of the village's elderly and children. I am the chief of Aru village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Sorry for all the trouble.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now. May I ask if such sandstorms are common?
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms have become increasingly severe and frequent. Besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago, these unusual natural phenomena are related to the withering of Irminsul.
Another effect of Irminsul's withering. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest, and sandstorms and earthquakes here in the desert?
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul. These regional symptoms can indeed be a reflection of Irminsul's present state.
Everyone in Aru village needs to take good care of themselves. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got here?
Village keeper? Who are they? Village guards like Candace?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru village refers to mad scholars exiled here by the academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia forest. The academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if you ask me, it's all a boatload of nonsense.
Binari also brought this up before. Apasia was also nearly exiled from the desert.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, the village keepers have been mysteriously disappearing without a trace. But no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few days, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for them.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone for your past sins? I'm fascinated by how you think.
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you, regardless of my position or identity.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations. Thank you for your help.
I'll help too.
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, now this! We need to help get them back home, safe and sound.
Also, we need to find out what they saw, because it seems like...
Tag along with Sino. You seem like you really don't...
the Paladia. That's why this is a great opportunity to watch it. It'll be fine. And the others are here too.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
You know, it's interesting that he talks about how, like, oh, how this world works, and that was the same kind of language that that Lumine used. Used when we met her with the place with the upside down statue. Just an interesting thought. What in the world? Oh, man, should have been more quick about it.
Incoming.
There's a way of doing this without having to rely on Animo, I think.
Enshroud. Power cord.
No, I think it's gonna require me to bring out an Animo character.
Oh, this rocks.
Absorption test.
Oh, hey. Switch back before we get attacked.
Yeah.
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation?
Why do they refer to the Mad Scholars as village keepers?
One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The Academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down. Initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented having to take in the mad scholars. But a strange incident one night changed that. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village was preparing to take everyone to safety. Suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated from him, like a divine glow against the backdrop of night. Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night, all the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, not a single building collapsed, and no one was hurt. After that, the people of Aru Village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness, and began to refer to them as the village keepers.
The soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru Village? What do you make of it, Traveler?
It must have been Nahida's power. Only she could be capable.
Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the mad scholars continued to wear their Akasha terminals at Aru Village?
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the Academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction with them.
calmed down, it was probably Nahida who calmed them.
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it appears you possess much more information than I do. So, what do you make of the story?
That mad scholar's power likely came from Lesser Lord Kusanali. Lesser Lord Kusanali was actually the one who protected the village.
Really? Lesser Lord Kusanali.
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely using the Akasha to give her power to the mad scholars!
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. I'm just struck by your reasoning. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. Is she really active in Sumeru? The Academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali, and I've never had any reason to doubt their views. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds. To me, she might as well have been a god that never existed.
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... how should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise, even if she says weird stuff sometimes.
She also saved me once not long ago. We saved Sumeru City together, not to well, saved Sumeru City, but she also saved me once.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
Good! Then you should know that we're telling the truth!
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar. You two really must have met Lesser Lord Kusanali. How can this be? To think, our Archon has been amongst us this entire time.
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skills to good use for this investigation.
You betcha.
But easier said than done, especially since we don't have any leads. Maybe we can start by knocking on some doors.
Excuse me, are you here to help me find my grandpa?
Huh? Who are you?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find my grandpa, right?
His grandpa's one of the village keepers.
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call him Grandpa?
Grandpa is just Grandpa. He's my family. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find my grandpa. I swear I'll help. I won't be a nuisance.
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a vague feeling that they didn't harbor any ill intent.
Whoa. Haven wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Candace.
Please help him, Sino.
All right. But first, let's confirm the facts with Candace.
So I was thinking about how each of the 4 nations so far have had, the Archons have had very different ways of interacting with people. Mondstadt, of course, there's, you know, no interaction whatsoever. Barbados is just like, nah, it's all good. Do your thing. In Liyue, Rex Lapis served as just a guide. You know, once a year, come in and say, hey, listen, this is going on. Maybe you should look into this. hey, this is a good place to invest your money, all this kind of stuff. So you know, he kind of like just like is there, not as a ruler, but as kind of a guide, right?
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Listen, we're talking here, okay, Kiching? You don't need to shut up, okay? And then Inazuma, you have the Raiden Shogun, who rules over her people with an iron fist, a very totalitarian ruler. And then in Sumeru, Lesser Lord Kusanali just kind of doesn't guide, but aids from the shadows. And so they're all different ways of interacting with people. I wonder what's gonna be like when we get to Fontaine.
Sino is super vigilant. Is this what all the Matra are like?
Ah, you're back already.
We just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know a boy by the name of Isak?
I had a feeling he'd go looking for you.
Huh? You knew this would happen?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping outside the window. He really wants to get his grandfather back. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. He was raised by his grandfather. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time, so various families in the village took turns caring for him so he could survive. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak thought the scholar bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather, and thus often spied on the man. However, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. Although Isak referred to the man as his grandpa, he was afraid and didn't dare to approach him. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more lucid. He even noticed Isak hiding in the distance. So Grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village, where he patiently taught the boy the names of the stars, and accompanied Isak until he fell asleep. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa no longer recognized him. However, even so, Grandpa retained his calm expression. It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world, almost as if he were sleepwalking. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace, and would follow him all the time, asking him things like, "Grandpa, want me to take you somewhere fun?" Or, "Grandpa, could you tell me stories about the stars again?"
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel really sad. It seems like they both deserve so much better.
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. But even so, we must still continue on with our lives. It's also my reason for fighting. I must continue to protect this land.
Lucid Grandpa was probably Nita. She must have some look on Sino's face. He's probably connected the dots as well.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching over them.
Huh? What did you say, Sino?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way, we can take him along.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for. Please accept my thanks on Isak's behalf, Sino.
Hey, Isak! Oh, it's you guys! We've cleared everything up. Let's go find your grandpa.
Really? Wow! Thank you so much!
Guessing these people who have been touched by Nahida are being taken away to empower the ritual to give the Balladeer godhood or something like that. Your grandpa will be found safe and sound.
Yeah!
Alright. Let's ask the local residents some questions first.
Like how we can make all these empty promises, like it doesn't come back to bite us at all, ever. Okay.
Excuse me, did you happen to see where the missing scholars went?
You mean the village keepers? Oh, let me think. When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the road, muttering away and eating mushrooms and tree roots. They shouldn't go around eating that kind of stuff.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Anything else? No, I think that's all I have to tell you. Sorry.
Well, that's sus.
The scholars that have gone missing. Have you seen them?
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Don't change the subject.
Right. You were asking about the the mad scholars. I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night. But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long ago.
Do you also think Grandpa and the others are good people?
Grandpa? Oh, hello there. It's little Isak. You mean that nice man who looks like your grandpa's long-lost twin, right? He was actually the one who protected my house. I saw it with my own eyes. He happened to be staying near my house that day and was doing something with his hands on the ground. It still feels pretty surreal now that I think back on it. Did someone teach them how to do that? Well, whatever the case, I'll always be thankful to him and whoever taught him to look out for others. I'm pretty sure that if I ever went mad, I wouldn't be able to do anything like that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I've said it before, but I really appreciate the different musical styles that they use for the different areas. This definitely feels like desert music.
Sir, have you seen my grandpa recently? You know, the one who likes to sit and space out near the village entrance.
Oh, well, if it isn't Isak. Oh, your grandpa, huh? It's been a while. The last time I saw him, he was spacing out by the road as usual. I went and asked him if he'd like any of the food I had prepared, despite my wife's protests. Like many people, she's really quite terrified of them. And speaking of my wife, she's still always complaining about how I don't make enough mora. That might explain why she's always mad at me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking care of him.
It was nothing. You're looking for him, right? Did he go for a walk and get lost?
Yeah.
That's no good. Well, once you found him, come by my place again and I'll cook a little something for the both of you. I've known you since you were very young, so as far as I'm concerned, you're family. Please feel free to come by anytime.
Wow, what a nice guy!
Okay, thank you, sir.
Huh?
What's wrong, Sino? Did something happen?
Don't say anything for now. Isak, stay here. Let's head over there. Stay quiet as you move.
Okay. That's as quiet as I can stay, sorry. You know, boots and everything.
Grandma, is King Deshret really gonna come back from the dead?
Listen, see if you can make out what they're saying.
He's asking if King Deshret's gonna come back.
The mighty King Deshret, the sovereign of our faith, will soon return to this world.
Yes, of course I have. King Deshret is the one and only true ruler of this land. I've never believed in any other gods. Still, you say he's coming back, but it sure doesn't feel like life's about to change around here anytime soon. What's your proof?
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged scholars than ever. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the fall of King Deshret's civilization in ancient times. We don't quite know why, but it seems like there's some sort of connection between insanity and King Deshret. Isn't it a
Oh yeah, no, that's a great god to follow.
that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me, they must have been chosen as the final sacrifice for King Deshret's resurrection.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense. Does this mean our lives are finally going to take a turn for the better?
Exactly. Those city folks will get what's coming to them.
Now, repeat everything you've just said from the very beginning.
Huh?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Yeah.
Sino has the power of stab.
Just look at his eyes. One wrong move, and he's gonna flay us alive.
Oh my god, that voice acting.
Bad side, okay? I am no match for this guy.
Okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about King Deshret's resurrection.
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madmen will disappear and that King Deshret will return to this land. I'm not making this up, I swear!
Seems like the balladeer is planning on taking on the role of King Deshret.
Go on, keep talking.
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the academia. They keep sending us all their mad scholars and won't let us have a good life. Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all praying for King Deshret's speedy return. Delavar also said that once King Deshret returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other side of the wall. They're all willing to serve under King Deshret and fight for a share of the glory.
Is that so?
Seems like he still wants to know more. Keep talking.
Got it. At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking, but then all the mad scholars vanished without a trace, just as the rumors said. Please don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then everyone else around here is also guilty. I'm just saying what the others said.
The people here really like King Deshret, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
The academia is probably the true target of their hatred.
Where is this radical person you talked about?
I haven't run into him over the past few days, so he probably hasn't been around the village. What about you, man? Have you seen him at all?
No, not at all. We wouldn't dare lie to you. He's really not here right now.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radicals.
No, of course not. All we know are their names.
I have many ways to stop you from talking. And many others to stop you from sending warning messages. So you'd best just stay home and hope I don't hear of you trying to contact anybody. Don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this. Try something foolish, and even Candace won't be able to protect you.
Yes, got it. We'll do just as you say.
That scared Paimon half to death. Sino is pretty terrifying.
Good thing I'm not one of your enemies.
He didn't try try to reassure us at all. It's like he's used to hearing that. Oh, Paimon bets lots of people have told him that before.
All the more reason for you to not get on his bad side. So, you know, don't do things like call him the, I don't know, injustice judge or something like that. You did with... you did with... I forgot his name. Ventai.
I heard that.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's part of being a Matra. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead. But we need to check a few more places.
Maybe we could check the scholars' homes. Maybe we'll find something there.
Very well.
Isak!
I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take you there. Just follow me.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
The way the kids run in this game is just ridiculous.
Grandpa, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa. This is where Grandpa usually stays.
There sure isn't much here.
Hmm? What's that smell? Side note, did you kind of catch a faint whiff of incense?
No.
Incense? Please don't say it's the same one as before.
It's definitely that one.
But are you okay? Are you getting dizzy or need to lie down?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tighnari saved the day. And then he gave us a long lecture to explain all about how it worked.
So, you know Tighnari?
Huh? You know him too? Are you two friends?
Yes. Now that I concentrate, I can also make out the scent of incense.
Wait, surely Tighnari didn't lecture you too?
No. No need.
I can't handle this scent very well.
Did you first encounter this scent at Tighnari's house?
No. It was in the forest where a scholar was meditating.
In the forest. From a scholar.
Let's keep looking for more clues. It'd be more efficient if we... Let's keep looking for more clues. Yes. These are all daily necessities. Looks like someone has been living here this entire time.
What are you looking for, Sino?
Here it is. Take a look right here.
Paimon doesn't see anything.
Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand, there are footprints here. From the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. This pattern is a common one from this area, Local shoes. This was probably someone from the village. The scent is quite faint, but still extant. The footprints head in the direction of the door.
You mean someone else has been here?
But who would come looking for Grandpa? He doesn't have any friends.
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Lured him away? So that's what happened.
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent?
You get lured away by food all the time. You fall for that kind of thing all the time, Nathan.
Hey, what's wrong with liking good food? Everyone's got something they love in life.
In this case,
Most scholars are fond of incense, since the smell supposedly helps them clear their minds and discover new knowledge. Even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days, and will follow the scent whenever it presents itself.
No, Grandpa.
So, someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Huh. Still, why would anyone want to abduct all the scholars?
Is it to resurrect King Deshret?
Are the rumors really true?
It's the only lead we have so far.
Could the disappearance of all the mad scholars have something to do with the radicals?
It's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my Grandpa. Grandpa's never done anything wrong. Please help him.
Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry, Isak. We won't let whoever took him get away with it.
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about what we learned here. After that, we'll set off to find the scholars.
Aight. Come on, come on.
Yeah.
This game needs more of those. More of those hookshot targets. Breath of the Wild needed more of those. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The darker fabric definitely looks a lot better. That'd be my choice, too.
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone's friends already.
Oh, Dia's here, too!
You bet. So, everything goes smoothly?
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you. I guess he must have gone off on his own.
Did you find out anything useful? I see. So someone used a kind of incense to lead the exiled scholars away from the village.
The resurrection of King Deshret? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. No seller would be able to make a profit here. Not to mention, making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience to make or sell something that requires that kind of effort. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting this.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and search for leads there?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, you've got me on your team, so you get an extra tip. Didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know a thing or two about these radicals he mentioned.
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the radicals is some guy called Delavar.
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed bearded crook. The whole lot of them are known around these parts.
like I've heard those names somewhere.
These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in King Deshret. Way they see it, King Deshret's resurrection is their only chance at overthrowing the academia. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway, that's my guess why they've chosen to become radicals.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place inside and out!
Yeah, Huh? He is weak yet. Maybe I should stay quiet. Huh?
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every mora I've spent in the tavern has been a valuable investment.
Let's head out.
Now hold on,
She
you're
knows
staying
the
right
bills.
here, Sino.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet word about you has already gotten out.
Outsiders, yeah.
So the way of
But,
life
but
here is
you know, not vision users.
tougher than on the outside of the wall. You survive on making connections out here. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of. But that also makes it a whole lot easier for me to gain the locals' trust.
What?
I need to
Seriously,
go
like,
around
how
and ask
long does it take Dea to actually get dressed in the morning?
Fine.
With that get up.
Good. Then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the mad scholars have been taken. Sino, you'll have to stay in the village and continue investigating on your own.
She's got like 40 different pieces of clothing. And like, you could, like, the straps on her legs, she's gotta wrap those around every single day. Very inconvenient. But you gotta blend in, you know, cause she's a local. She has to blend in with those 40 different articles of clothing that each take 5 minutes to get on. Alright, let's... Reminds me of that meme about stand users. You know, like, we gotta be careful, the stand user could be anyone, and then it's the stand user, and, like, just in the most ridiculous get-up possible. And it's the same thing with vision users, you know? We've gotta be careful. That vision user could be anyone, and then... Like, Alhaitham is the most reasonably dressed vision user of the entire lot. Well, actually, no. Kaching, probably.
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Ching and Ganyu, but...
Paimon's amazed every time we see the
like,
wall of
yeah.
Samia.
Yeah.
How can a wall this tall even exist? It's almost unreal.
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walked this way when I was a kid. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorms?
Also, you know, the whole thing with, like, armor is a thing that exists. You know, you're a vision user, so you're cut above, but you'd think maybe you'd want to use some armor? Ever?
It was only after I grew up that I realized the wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sandstorms. It serves a more important purpose, keeping out people like us. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used and discarded at their whim. We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to control. Nothing more. Even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're underserving. Geniuses like Sataria are 1 in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate, even though the academia knows very well that we're humans, just as they are.
Are you human? I mean, the ears. Is that?
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Yeah. I understand how she feels, but I hope she doesn't do anything drastic.
Hey, idea. Not thinking about doing anything scary.
That doesn't really make a whole lot of
not
sense
at all.
to me.
This place
just
gets me thinking, that's all. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep, we gotta catch those.
Shh. Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. We don't want anyone to find out what we're here for. Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone I know.
If your only chance at a better life is you know, to be in somewhere else where, you know, that others have built, it's kind of, you're kind of proving their point, you know? Desert dwellers are so
Just our
capable
luck.
of success,
None of 'em are
then
here
why
today.
haven't they?
You mean you don't
worked
see anyone
towards it?
you know?
Why do they
Dia,
need
is that you?
the jungle?
What a coincidence. You here
to
for
make
a
them-
drink too?
Zaki. Finally, a friendly face.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it? Drinking buddy?
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say we go back a ways. Anyway, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful nowadays.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall. So, Dia, are you looking for someone?
Yeah. Have you seen Edgar, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact, we were all here drinking together just a few days ago.
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. Know where I could find him?
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet these days, so you came here to help him out?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle. They'd be a good fit for escorting the goods.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course I can take you to him. Come with me.
Alright. And this is an ambush, by the way. 100,000% guaranteed ambush.
Are we there yet?
Yep, this is the place.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
They're here to ambush us?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on, a wild stab in the dark. You're like lambs to the slaughter.
Oh no, I'm so shocked. Who could have seen this coming?
Oh no! It's an ambush!
Look, just because the outcome is
this
predictable
all about,
doesn't mean it's bad. Just say.
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there.
We teleported from there to here. How do they get to here so fast?
Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the academia to look for the missing scholars.
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. Paimon knew leaving Sino behind was a mistake!
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall for your little business deal nonsense?
I mean, I've literally fought gods before, but okay, sure.
So you and Delavar have been partners all along.
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern have stronger bonds than you think. But you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the desert folk overthrowing the academia.
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second of it.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Enger. You're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of King Deshret despise.
I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand why King Deshret is greater than the Dendro Archon. Little did I know, you don't deserve to join us.
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars, all because of some baseless rumors. Anything else I'm missing out on?
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on their minds. Mora. Pathetic. You're all like a pack of street rats.
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be made, anyone can become my friend.
Enough talking! Get him!
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
Okay.
Following our new country.
You were literally the one giving the orders. What the heck?
Dodge this!
Oh, just following orders. My own.
I'll uproot you.
Pyrotechnics! Shred till I'm dead!
Rise.
I do defying gravity. But okay.
Incoming.
Impossible! Yeah, how could you?
My guy.
What do you think about your
Vision
meticulous
wielder.
network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a traveling mercenary like me to be out of the loop. I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after all. And of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary, but you've never seen me in action. Even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting. That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others.
She has a vision.
Thought, right?
Why would anyone?
You lied in the village because you figured that we'd have people watching you.
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic. Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru village?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching catching them right away, you let them report back.
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it some time.
So those names you mentioned.
Oh, you mean the funny names she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled bandit, Paimon can't remember them all.
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, are the nicknames they came up with for themselves. Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how King Deshret is a superior deity.
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down.
So who is the duck-tailed bearded crook?
That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical too?
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some wild guesses based on my impressions.
Wow, what a genius idea! Well, that's an expert mercenary for ya.
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook, if I'm honest.
So, that thing you were saying before, is it really true?
Hmm? About what?
About how mercenaries only care about Mora, and that anyone's a friend as long as there's a profit.
Does that bother you?
I don't think you're that kind of person.
What makes you so sure?
Because even without an employer, you're still helping us out.
Dia, do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the other desert folk?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion and gratitude. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people, unless they were truly compassionate.
I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in King Deshret, making the Dendro Archon out to be an enemy. It's all the academia's trickery.
But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Alex Jones is #1 fan.
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's tie him up and bring him to the village.
Then again, actually, maybe she's more Alex Jones than Dunyarzad. Dunyarzad is Rush Limbaugh, I don't know. And she's Alex Jones.
Should be all of them. I'll let you take it from here.
All right. I'll be in touch. Until then, please stand by.
Candace, do you need any help?
Candace will be okay on her own. I trust her, so you can too. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders, it's her.
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler.
Sounds good.
As for these idiots, let's just hope they live to see another day.
Okay. Tomorrow morning. It's always so very long. Oh, so far away. Doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? It would be so fun to see your face at my door. Doesn't help to know that you're just time away. Did we learn anything from the criminals?
We'll know any moment now.
Paimon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty well. Have you been friends for a long time?
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misuses her powers against others.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say, never take the fight outside the ring.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions to be as dedicated as she is, and shoulder that kind of responsibility. Us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much live from one day to the next.
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really? Thanks for that.
Oh, Sino's here, and he's pretty early too.
Yes, I was here yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
Oh, you mean you taught Candace some more persuasive methods?
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
Man, this entire set of quests in Sumeru has been just a lot of really shady things. I guess let's take control of people's minds. In order to lie and get sort of betray her and then get her in trouble, and let's go ahead and torture these dudes and
Candace, where? Whoa, you look furious.
Do I? Huh. What gave it away?
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry. I'm sure everyone present would agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, don't beat us anymore. We're gonna die.
Well, looks like Sino taught her well.
she mastered it really quickly too. And she's just as terrifying as he is.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The absurdity is mind-boggling. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as family. You come here to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal. Tell me, what would you do to you in my position?
Mercy! Please have mercy!
You've made your bed.
We may both be desert dwellers, but there's one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of King Deshret will only result in war. And war serves no one. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve our way of life. A war would only cause us to lose all that we have. And that is not a responsibility that you can afford to shoulder.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how we ended up hearing about King Deshret's resurrection. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in King Deshret's resurrection. They give their lives, and we can get anything we wish for.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread the word about King Deshret's resurrection, and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll help facilitate the resurrection process.
Where are the village keepers now? Mystery man, by the way. I think you and I both know who that Mr. Man is.
I'm not sure.
That's one.
Huh? One what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
This is actually really bad interrogation methods.
It was all him.
Because what happens when you reach 3? Are you actually going to kill him?
I still lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village.
Making empty threats doesn't work very well.
You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't believe me.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
You have any idea who that mysterious person might be?
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No way. That guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face. He calls himself King Deshret's envoy.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Uncle Anpu? What do you mean?
Smooth.
Okay, speak.
If my
Just a little permanent brain damage. Don't worry about it.
mystery man they speak of could be from the academia. Some time ago, people from the academia attempted to take the village keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community. It strikes me now that this secretive character shares the same goal they had.
Which means it's highly likely that the academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the village keepers right into their hands. They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the academia again.
Sumeru City, Sataria also mentioned. King Deshret's resurrection is just the academia's disinformation campaign.
Just as I thought. But what could they want with the village
like
keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to exploit the scholars. Regardless, our top priority now is locating the village keepers.
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside the village to us.
All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
Try something.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Don't blink.
Everyone hold hands.
Is it people that have a vision that whose minds we can't read? Which actually, this would be really useful in during the interrogation process. I'm just saying.
I see everything.
No, we don't get to see what his dreams are made of. Ah, none. Be kind of cool if they added something for Uncle Anpu.
Let's go gather some samples.
Yeah, I think it's because they don't have the Google Glass. Can't see Google Glass.
you come from?
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and reviewing what we have deduced thus far.
You were gone for ages, and now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Where have you been anyway?
Oh.
Hey, what's with the silence?
You never think things through before asking questions. I'm giving you some time to make up for that.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname!
Go ahead. I won't stop you.
Never mind. Paimon's got nothing.
How about the brain dead scholar?
There's nothing super obvious to pick with this guy. It makes it so hard.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru village and keep searching for the truth of this matter, yes?
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying here, so we thought that we might as well take the search elsewhere. Enough with the silent treatment!
Maybe he's giving us time to think.
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up with him.
All Hatham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru village. Bold of you to question our choices.
It's true.
Yeah, you're all talk.
While you were investigating, I had my own work to do, which I've now finished.
Really? Paimon doesn't believe you.
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation to inform you of my whereabouts. Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information that you all had missed.
Huh? Right here in the village?
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need to understand where she's coming from.
What does that mean?
How do you think the residents of Aru village feel about what we're doing? In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean, some of them lied to us?
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, these people have their reasons. Remember what Candace said? Most people in Aru village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether King Deshret or the Dendro Archon has power is of little significance to them. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why you believed there was no further information to be found in this village.
So, you're saying we can find new info from someone we've already spoken to?
Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every move since you arrived. The reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life in peace, any external factors introduce unpredictability into the equation.
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the mad scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are King Deshret fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night.
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at night.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long ago.
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru village at night. In other words, the young miss was very much awake during that time.
Then why would she lie?
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe you should ask her.
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
We're on it!
Alright. Cry from Elazar Hospital. That's interesting.
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier, I've brought someone with me.
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stand, but how can I make sure that your friends think the same as you?
Huh? What do you mean? We need to clarify our stance or something?
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler?
Sure thing. Hi, Miss Shawnee.
Hi, Traveler. I want to ask you something. Do you think the resurrection of King Deshret can truly change Sumeru for the better?
No,
Why's that?
because it'll only result in conflict.
That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to talk to you, even though I do have some reservations. Before, I wouldn't even have the courage to ask something like this. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
I can't promise anything, but I'll do the best I can.
Yeah! We came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. And we aren't really residents of any one nation. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places, and we've always fought for what we believed in. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here for a while.
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons. It's okay. We understand.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere in Sumeru. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in King Deshret. I don't belong to either side, and neither side would want me.
Speaking of which, the Radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that anyone who's different from them is a traitor?
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always be suspected of having ulterior motives. Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. All I want is to live my life in peace. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone. Until now.
You can tell them. I'm sure he'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what I told Alhaitham. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes, I hear strange crying sounds in the night.
There are ghosts?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It comes from far away in the distance, and always carries very raw emotion. It used to be louder and more frequent, but ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often, and when it does, it's much quieter. I have to focus really hard to make it out.
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
Why wouldn't we just ask him? Like, you've already, like... You already know this, so why are we here? Did you make out where the sounds were coming from?
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
You need to check out that hospital.
Yeah, let's go!
Alright. Are all... Hopefully, we'll be able to finish with this, and then I can go ahead and finish with this part of the quest, and then I can end the stream. And I guess we'll basically be done next time.
Oh, is this the place? Ah, monsters! Watch out!
Can't see? I hear everything!
Time to rock! Feel the beat! Don't blink! Hey!
There's like...
With sword comes shadow.
Let's nip that in the bud. I'll bury you!
Ow.
Wheel of life. Incoming.
Can you not? Look, you're dead, okay?
They were easier to deal with than Paimon had expected.
What were you even expecting?
Super strong bandits? Or monsters taller than buildings dropping out of the sky? Or, you know, something like that.
But why are there...
He looks super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one. Let's go in and take a look.
Hey, Haytham, we haven't found Squad. Are you sure we aren't wasting our time here?
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn. Until then, I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. Wait, he even brought a book to read?
You don't bring it. You don't bring a book.
Let Paimon see.
Maybe you should have brought a book, Paimon.
Okay, sure.
Huh? position, which is the positional propensity of an entity in natural motion in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
So, you got that?
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya! How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to read a book once in a while either. Each time you spread your wings and become learned.
Hey! Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows plenty of useful stuff already. And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated.
Okay, Paimon's the best. The best emergency food.
Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
There it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
That looks like a basement.
It's from below.
But there's no way we can get down there.
Something is off about the interior here.
Oh, is this a domain?
As I thought, there's a hidden structure.
Wow. It's like they tucked another hospital into this one. Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around here. Let's keep exploring.
Exploration of Paimon there kind of looked like a, this is a horror game. What? Huh.
Keep up. Ha!
Hey!
Nowhere to hide. Speed of light.
I hear everything. Can't see.
Power cord. Shred till I'm dead.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm kind of wasting the fungi. Actually, no, these guys wouldn't drop anything, right? Since they're quest spawned rather than the world monsters.
After another.
Feel the beat. Speed of light.
Let's nip that in the bud. Enshroud.
Where's the next? Is it up here?
That's close enough.
Don't blink. Hey.
Where do you think you're going?
Wherever the heck I want. You think you can stop me? I see a vision on you.
I'll be back.
wasn't it. Oh, there it is.
Cut to the chase. Speed of light.
Oh, that was easy. Come on. Ancient fields, eh? I have read about just such a thing. Patient Abbas, male, 23 years old, mole on the left side. It will be difficult without professional medical care. The patient's survivability, once found, immediately. Don't give up. Stay positive. All beings are under the watchful eye of the divine, so don't ever give up. This document has been rendered unreadable. Keep a balanced diet, rest regularly, and maintain a good mood. Monday, minty bean soup, tachin lunch, curry shrimp, penny puri dinner. Tuesday, salad, biryani lunch, fish with cream sauce, potato boat dinner. Wednesday, shakshuka, bean cake lunch. The remaining sections are blank. Does nobody get breakfast here? Haven't they heard that it's the most important meal of the day? Probably why these people are so sick. Just saying. Seems to be the darkened remains of a stem inside the vase. It was probably used to hold flowers. The words for Avon are at the bottom of the bottle. It seems to have been a gift from someone.
Look! There's someone over there!
We need to be careful.
Good idea!
One of the village keepers.
Let's approach him slowly without alarming him.
Wait. You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be anyone's grandfather. Also, why is he the only one here?
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holes up in a forest and mumbles stuff about training?
No. And that's the problem. Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life.
So how did he become like this?
Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too late. Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come back for him. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with people?
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being caught. In their haste, they failed to notice Razak hiding in a corner. The symptoms are identical. Looks like we found living proof.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Allow me to jog your memory. Recall your time at Port Ormos. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
I mean, but that dude attacked us right away. I don't know. The Eremite guy who went mad.
Oh, now that you mention it, they're acting the same.
Hey, Rad Dragonite.
Correct.
How goes the night?
The academia is behind all of this. It isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the academia spread a false rumor of King Deshret's resurrection, emphasizing the role of the village keepers, the mad scholars who were exiled to Aru village. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, Through rounding up the scholars, they were actually helping the academia. As well as being able to
Alex Jones was right.
their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the academia.
All the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto King Deshret's followers. Life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since King Deshret's death all those years ago.
Beneath the surface, feelings of desperation are widespread. Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few empty promises.
Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of King Deshret,
and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru will make sure of that.
Oh, I can think of a few things in real life that he could be that this could be referencing.
But it is able to work wonders under Sumeru's current circumstances.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village chief's theory, too. But there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the academia that brought the scholars to Aru village in the first place? Why does it want them back now?
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. The scholars' identity. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiles. And finally, they become missing persons.
I mean, maybe the fact that they're...
An exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, that is brought into question. If you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them. That makes missing people an ideal resource.
Resource? For what exactly?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsules.
Extracted? You mean canned knowledge comes from people's brains?
With the technology
It could be the
of
tainted
Sumeru academia,
ones.
it's entirely possible. Perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night when no one is watching them.
So, the human brain... Nope, nah, Paimon doesn't want to think about this.
How did you learn of this technology?
I'm the academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar with their projects. Anyway, judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps his curiosity got the better of him, and he used such a capsule for himself.
Paimon's a little confused. Can they just use anyone's brain?
No, that can't be right. Most of the mad scholars had made contact with the divine consciousness before. Safe to assume that this knowledge has something to do with Pte, the doctor, the Balladeer. They're using divine knowledge capsules to turn the Balladeer.
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer.
The academia needs people who have been exposed to the divine consciousness.
That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. Extracting canned knowledge is just one of the extreme measures they turn to. However, I can't help but wonder, what do they seek to gain from divine knowledge? The academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge, but what is their ultimate goal? I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail. It seems like my way of thinking is too different from theirs.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this forbidden stuff?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods, so I don't share their degree of zealotry. Extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects? If this is the direction of academic progress, then the academia may as well shut its doors.
Sounds like you're really against all this.
Of course. The academia's actions run contrary to their rules. Whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern everything in the world will be destroyed. This matter needs to be corrected, just like fixing a typo in a book.
Wait, didn't you step in to help because because you felt sympathy for those poor people?
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are a little more restrictive than that. There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do about that? Save every last person?
Probably not. Paimon's not sure.
Motives are more specific and personal.
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want. The Divine Knowledge Capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
So he rejects the notion of greater moral responsibility. He justifies sex to his personal motivation. Someone like him might actually make for a better.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but you're not one of them. You're their weirdo.
You're probably right. Though I must say, I quite enjoy this feeling of being the odd one out. Uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a similar mindset, her life would definitely be a lot easier.
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's nothing more to it than that.
So what do we do with him?
He won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take him with us. We'll work out our next step after we return to Aru Village.
Anything else there? No. Nyeh. This should be the last one of this act, maybe? I don't know. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that once we find the kid, Grandpa, that's when we're.
You must be tired. You should rest and take some water.
What's the situation?
Who's this?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's one of the people we're trying to find.
So, at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar Hospital served as the Academia's site for extracting divine cant knowledge.
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village, since divine cant knowledge has been in circulation for a while now. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they knew we were on their trail. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Academia.
Maybe the guy who's got the Google Glass on?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue.
Care to share your thoughts? Maybe care to take off that Akasha terminal? Just saying. Might help us stay hidden from the people who are constantly monitoring the Akasha.
Sino, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Okay.
Wait,
sure.
what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is, Sino's the mole. Interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one, Alhaitham, since you were always acting alone.
I know. You have a point, but I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are required to have all the facts available, including the less than savory details. Simply put, the academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, wouldn't you expect them to take precautions against you? If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for dealing with you. Every so often comes a Nyagarbaha Day. On this day, the academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing a thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day, preferred methods of enacting judgment, everything.
You're saying that the academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't important enough to be added into the Akasha.
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow, your destination. It knew all of this.
It predicted my every move.
The academia has been watching you longer than you think. However, the fact that you resigned is proof that their suspicions were well-founded.
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a trustworthy ally you are.
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
Exactly.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that's how it is! Paimon gets it now! If the academia is trying to avoid Sino, then the safest place would be...
One step behind.
Yep, that's right!
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going.
You're getting smarter, Paimon. Guess reading that one passage from that book helped out.
I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too!
No.
You want to go too? If so, you have to promise you'll stay safe.
I want to find Grandpa. I promise I'll be careful and not cause any trouble.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
That is a very stupid decision. But okay.
Let's go!
Not like we have any choice in that.
Paimon feels like we're missing someone, though.
Yeah. Okay. Probably easier to hear first. I was hoping we would be done about a half hour ago. Kind of falling asleep here. I still need to head to the store. Not gonna do major shopping today, but still. Love those things. It's like the perfect implementation of hookshotting in a game like this. It's a chest. Sino, do you remember the route you took?
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
That's literally
I know the desert
everywhere.
like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
Come on. Hurry up. Haven't got all night.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like we'll need to roll up our sleeves and do some work.
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work.
Now isn't the time for complaining, Paimon. Also, have a really easy to split in there.
So, we have to dig it out? Whatever's down there, it looks like it's buried really deep.
These are likely fragments of an academia-developed device, something akin to a headset. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way because there are device fragments scattered around here. Let's split up and search the area.
Is this for extracting canned knowledge?
Is this what we're searching for? It looks kind of scary.
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge.
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the plan. They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that the device had been entirely covered by sand, I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
I agree.
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
Although supposedly we've been here for like a week and a half.
Don't even run. You're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Ugh, of course it is!
I'm in... Those...
Over there. It sounds like an argument.
Whoa, you have really good ears.
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Dia? Why would you... Dia!
That was a really stupid decision having the kid follow us.
Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? Why are you on their side?
Well, look who's here. Ain't that something?
This complicates things.
You've betrayed Aru village?
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself, I have the means and methods, and my ideals are far more admirable than theirs.
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing can deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting King Deshret. Once our Lord of Old returns to this land, we will have a new beginning.
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a ruler?
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of King Deshret. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry this conviction.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring King Deshret back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million, we must be willing to give everything we have.
Even if it'll expose you to the academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites? Your Eremites, which you've worked so hard for all these years?
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. All you see now is cracks in this desiccated land. But fate has finally dealt me a hand to play against the Academia. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall of Samiel.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. Your powers are negligible in comparison. If you still don't believe me, then try asking these 2 men. They're also against the Academia, but neither of them are as arrogant as you are.
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me.
Said the pawn of the Academia.
The people of Greater Lord Rukadam
Man,
have to say.
there is so much of this. The allegory for what's going
Your
on in the world.
God abandoned all honor and betrayed King Deshret. We desert dwellers will never trust the likes of you.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps we should.
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the Academia?
Okay.
These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the Academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe, and will be a much greater asset to you.
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages, do you?
Precisely. Any wise person would gladly accept my offer.
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars, perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with that confident look of yours?
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the Academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the Academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in King Deshret, and the same applies to the Academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the Academia's way of doing things?
You Academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archon's people.
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
You know you're making a dangerous decision, right?
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust me?
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't be afraid.
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs. And mercs don't tend to live long unless they have their wits about them.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the village keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate! He just wants to make things more difficult!
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me.
Or we could just kill them.
You'd better not let me down.
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
Yeah. Don't do stupid crap like this.
Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cutting my own kin to pieces? You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave. Meet me in the desert at noon tomorrow.
Really, all of this could have just been solved with violence.
Phew. I was
None of
really
that was
counting on him
necessary.
not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm.
Please don't do that ever again.
Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes
That was very
when you're
stupid.
out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them.
Yeah, no, seriously.
You would not lose to them either.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do more harm than good.
As you wish.
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened. I should have trusted you.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever it
Massive
takes.
get up on her right arm. How long
Whatever it
does that
takes.
take? It's by itself.
You just
to
might
get
be
on.
scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself?
I think he was just saying the truth. That's just how he is.
Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up. Today was just a trial run. Noon tomorrow is gonna be the hard part.
The chance of success was 6. There's no way of knowing. More waiting. Okay. Okay. This time it's not a full day, just almost a day. But again, I have to stress that all could have been solved with violence. Not risking your arm. No, it wouldn't have been done more harm than good. They just say these things, right? Like, oh, it would have been done more harm than good. Why? How?
You're all here so early.
Looks like
Two armies face off. You know, like,
Are you sure you want to come with us?
when there's a battle, it's like, okay, well, this side has more people. Does that mean that you should just like not fight them in this battle? Cause you know there's more people like that. No,
Let's go then.
that logic makes no sense.
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more of that today, understood? Or I'll be very upset with you.
Fine.
Yeah, but this is a video game, okay? It's a video game about violence. Also, this is a little different than just everything. This is literally they've kidnapped some dudes that we're trying to get back. They wanna sacrifice them to resurrect a dead god. I need more of those. No.
Speed of light.
You drop meat, right? Although now, you know, the whole thing with me being short on meat has kind of run its course, and now we're mostly short on crab. In the end, there's only ever crab. Well, that looks like someone that we're looking for. We could just solve it with violence right now.
Huh. They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
You don't have to admit to that.
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although, you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one of them?
Rahman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word. What's this about?
It's a one-for-one exchange. Sounds fair, don't you think? Well, let
This
me
is why
put
we
it
should have
this
solved it
way.
with violence in the first place.
Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compromise on my part. Don't you think you've asked enough?
You stay right there!
Yeah, seriously, a 1-star? Star sword? Okay. Oh, that's right, because she sold her other one.
What do you think you're doing?
Grandpa!
And see, the solution was violent. In the end, was violence anyway.
See this blade here? You coward! Why are your hands shaking? Wait a second! It's an earthquake!
Grandpa! Paimon's dizzy.
Is everyone okay?
Ugh, this day's going just great.
You should have solved it with violence in the first
The
place.
sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said, it may well have been the remains of Lesser Lord Kusanali's power inside the scholar's body.
No doubt. You finally believe me.
The dendro archon. The present one.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no, he's getting confused again.
Hey, look around you.
Did there used to be a temple here?
I mean, you know, there used to be a giant pyramid.
It exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to King
it's still
Deshret's
here.
civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, the sandstorms completely buried it and left it in the state we see now. It could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise King Deshret!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask me. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got off lightly.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the way to his sacred palace.
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
As it happens, I want to take a look inside too.
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, remnants of King Deshret's civilization appear. 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame not to witness them both.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being, or creature, you could say. New discoveries are always worth investigating. Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither here nor there.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. King Deshret will take care of his people. Right now, I'm going inside.
It's like, when you say things like that, it's like, are we the baddies kind of situation there? All right, finally doing this. Should be good then. Is Dendro never a recommended one? Because there are ones where it's actually quite good, but it's not recommended, and so I wonder if they don't recommend Dendro because
It's full
it's so
of
rare at the moment.
This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the outside. Yet, it flows with energy inside.
Although I guess the traveler can.
And there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Raman.
Huh? Me?
Do you see another Raman here?
Are you mocking me? What do you mean, sir?
Interpret it however you want, but there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from King Deshret's civilization, the energy that flows in here is that of the Dendro Archon.
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an explanation.
Any treasure that we are missing? ceremonial guide. Look up at the hall as a mortal and listen to King Deshret's holy guidance. What exactly are we supposed to be looking? Are we supposed to kind of... Yeah, okay, I see. And then this one should be... Oh. Just all of them supplication? I thought it was maybe supposed to like tell a story. Let's see if there's any treasure. Doesn't look like it. Let me go ahead and check, because I was told... is this... Where's the Door of Resurrection? I was told that you could... change your party out at the Door of Resurrection, but... This is the Door of Resurrection? Kinda looks like a Door of Resurrection in terms of shape.
One with the forest. I hear everything.
Amp it up!
Hey, treasure!
Don't blink! Hey!
Go.
Incoming! Speed of light!
And treasure! Treasure? Thought you were dead. Thank you. Treasure! You can't climb. Bothers me that you can't climb things in domains. Even if it would make sense. No treasure. Just a waste of time. Maybe not. Treasure? No. Okay. Just not allowed to go on. Invisible walls, all that. Open world, guys. Invisible walls, prove it. Treasure! Oh. I'm sad now. Okay. Treasure? Treasure! Where do we go from here? Let's see if there's some treasure. That's Sedia and a cabbage. Exactly what is the door of resurrection for this one?
Let's nip that in the bud. Who do you think you are? Enshroud!
Feel the beat! Shred till I'm dead! Pyrotechnics! Don't blink! Hey!
Treasure? No treasure. Treasure! As the stream has gone on, my mind has slowly faded. It would have been so much easier to just solve this with violence from the start. Okay, treasure. Fine.
Incoming!
We'll enact violence before finding out what's going on.
Okay, one thing after another. I hear everything.
Power core! Feel the beat! Amp it up!
Wheel of life.
Don't blink!
Serious message. After 6 days infiltrating the temple, I finally understand the priest parlor tricks. The elevator will descend to the ground. Get on top of it before it starts ascending again to reach the dome. Nonsense like forbidden ground ahead, mortals shall not pass, or whatever, just made up by the priest to hoodwink us. I leave this method here in hopes that the people of King Deshret who shall travel here in the future shall freely enjoy the privilege of witnessing his sacred presence. Okay. If you say so. Teachings of Praxis. Praxis? Appreciate you. Oh, and then this one goes down? No? I think I did that wrong. I don't think I was supposed to do it like that. I'm confused. Activate the elevator and then blah blah. The elevator will descend to the ground. Get on top of it before it starts ascending again to reach the dome. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. I understand. We're supposed to get on the top end of the elevator. Like opening the doors when the elevator is one level below. You know, kind of like Hannibal Lecter did in Hannibal. I didn't realize there was a top. I thought it was magical.
Speed of light! Hey!
One with the forest.
Really? Dodging my attacks. Very rude. That's pattern.
Nowhere to hide. Incoming!
I'll uproot you. Can't see?
Time to rock! Don't blink! Hey!
Okay. No. Off. Turn. Oh. Okay. What? What's going on here? Did it kick me out for getting it wrong?
Now that's a sight to see.
Oh,
King Deshret's splendor surrounds us.
There's
I
so
mean-
much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
Not King Deshret.
I call divine providence of King Deshret.
Oh.
It's getting brighter! Oh, it looks so beautiful!
Wait. What's that?
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
Looks like a tomb.
These are King Deshret runes.
They left something behind. Yes. It's an elegy written in an ancient script.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration.
You can read ancient King Deshret script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The elemental energy here is too concentrated. The scent of life. Is it trying to tell us something?
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There's
In
supposed
with the
to be a
Akasha
hidden message
terminal.
among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from King Deshret's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the Academia's rules?
Yes.
I like how his
Under the circumstances, I prefer you to see this for yourself.
his eye patch.
You'll understand after
So
watching it.
unlike like most people's clothes and jewelry, it actually is a separate model that's put on his face, and you can see under it, and his left eye is perfectly fine.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. King Deshret brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained.
Wait, so what was
Were it not for greater Lord Rukkhadevata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping King Deshret to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
The priest's memories.
No, impossible.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So the former Dendro Archon and King Deshret were never enemies at all.
But this doesn't make any sense. The Dendro Archon's followers, they're clearly...
Was that the former Dendro Archon? She became so tiny in the end.
Was World Forget Me? Was that not from Rukkhadevata? Was that from King Deshret?
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt King Deshret's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this before. The surviving followers of King Deshret all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. We refuse to believe any of the rumors. King Deshret's death, the all but total annihilation of our civilization, it was all Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's doing. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor, who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us humans, fighting, feuding, double-crossing each other to survive in the desert.
Why wouldn't he assume that it was
You were
a
blinded
trick of
by
the
your
academia?
prejudice.
Like,
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, ears, and heart, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to believe that after all these years, all this time seeking revenge, suddenly now my enemy is my savior?
Raman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to
I'm games animus.
Tell me, my Aramites and I, what are we even fighting for?
Someone's reaction is less changed than
Hey, how you doing?
I'll let...
Look! His eye! Under the eye patch!
I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. You'll get everything you're asking for. But please, give me some time. After everything that's happened here today, somehow I need to explain it to the others.
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with.
Every single time.
The camp's located. Make a note of it.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow, I'll convince everyone that we're all on the same side. And I'll return every last one of your your village keepers. We'll share our other resources with you too.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy is the sages.
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone. It's the people responsible for all this that need to face the consequences of their actions.
That must have been rough. But he seems to have figured things out now.
Oh, God.
Ramon's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in King Deshret. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
This is a turn for the better.
The outcome, at least, is favorable.
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice...
This does not justify them not solving their problem with violence. Okay? No way of knowing that this would be the outcome.
We're leaving!
Stop yelling.
Also, it doesn't really make any sense that he would just be like, yeah, no, this seems perfectly reasonable, not a trick of, these people of the academia at all. Like, he already had considered the Dendro Archon to be a deceiver. Just from the fact that he was saying, oh yeah, she stabbed us in the back and all this kind of stuff, so... Why wouldn't he assume that this was just more deception? Oh no! Whoopsies. So, let's go ahead and eat some of this. Get ourselves to, oh gosh. How are we gonna do this? Come on. Climb up out of here. Oh, that's right, you can't climb! Hold on. Okay, you can't climb in just flippin' places. Domains. That's what I'm more words. Words are only words. Can you show me some? That's right. I wanted to climb up there, but I can't climb up there because this is a domain. You can't climb in domains. It's just disabled. Universally disabled function. You swear to me that you'll always be this way. Open up to me. More than ever be. Seeing if there's anything more, you know? It's not allowed. And this is gonna be another 6-hour stream. 6-hour,
Keep up.
Genshin Impact stream. Man, really? At least now I can climb again. Sorry, we can climb again. You know, I actually had a coworker ask me if I was gonna be streaming full time now. I'm just like, no. No. I was looking at my subscriber count on there, it was like 518. I'm like, no, absolutely not. Ooh, that looks like a chest that I want to get my hands on.
Speed of light!
Pay your dues. Get out of my way!
Enshroud! Let's nip that in the bud.
It isn't time for a break yet.
Feel the beat!
My duty.
Power core! Try till I'm dead! Cut to the chase! Incoming!
No escape.
One with the forest. Keep up. Isle of Root
Can't run from death. That seemed to work.
Rise.
Yeah, you're dead, man. Might as well accept it.
Speed of light! Hey!
Treasure. Hi.
There you are.
Oh, this guy.
With sword from shadow.
Seriously? The most powerful ability in the game, the ability to move backwards.
Air hit up! Feel the beat! The merrier!
Let's nip that in the bud. Can't see.
Let me amuse myself with assistance. Shine no longer.
Yeah, that's what she says. This is no longer. Okay. All it is. All mine.
You receive.
All mine. How far are we along with the dendro? Hey, we can level up that tree. Really? Okay, fine.
That's happy to fly. Nowhere to hide. Incoming.
One thing after another. Isle of Root. Enshroud.
Frozen.
Keep up, Blade.
Wheel of life.
We're fighting this Fatui guy, this Eremite, this tiny little Eremite, just comes up like, I'm gonna help. No, know you were never going to help.
Speed of light! With swords from shadow. Don't blink!
One with the force. Excuse me. Let's nip that in the bud.
Feel the beat!
Almost.
Try till I'm dead! Go. Sacred name, fortune preserver. Speed of light!
Enshroud.
I guess.
Keep up.
This is it.
You are so nothing to me, I don't even need to use my ability. Don't get involved next time. There. I'm here. Game. You're gonna, like, make me rely entirely on waypoints. Might be nice to actually show them.
Raman, we're here.
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to Aru village shortly.
I guess all I can say now is thanks for agreeing to help.
Ah, don't mention it. I think we can both agree you went to hell and back for it. But we share a common cause now. From here on out, we're allies.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them. Follow me.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No one can help you now.
And this is the thing, like, oh, I don't trust anyone from the academia.
That's right.
Trust the people from the academia.
General Mahamatra? No, no! Make it quick, please! Swift and painless!
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turn pale like they've seen a ghost!
You should have known that I would be coming for you.
Wait, we were just following orders! You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all this by ourselves!
No, not Sino! He's gonna tear us limb from limb!
I could do worse.
Please have mercy!
Start talking. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to other methods.
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently. Why? What are they trying to accomplish?
They, wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. You know what I'm really asking. They extract divine canned knowledge. Then what?
I really don't know how to explain it.
Well, you better start talking or you'll be sorry!
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
May I ask them a question?
Be my guest.
Sages are trying to create a new god, aren't they?
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor or anything. You're serious, aren't you?
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of.
Oh.
I'm always hearing them say things like,
oh, all these problems that we're causing!
Continue.
All these problems.
Someone from the Pte showed up. They called him the
Only we-
doctor. He brought a gnosis
God, yeah.
and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, everyone's expression changed. He asked them, "Do you wish to create a god?"
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia
Yeah,
spent a
Pte
long
causes
time
problems,
constructing a
and then
divine vessel, which was based on an
to solve them.
exquisite humanoid puppet. After that,
government.
they harvested dreams via the Zeb-Zerus Festival Samsara, maximizing the Akasha's output. With the doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis and convert it into a divine core. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they needed a huge quantity of divine canned knowledge.
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the scholar's madness for centuries, but to no avail. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that implies, Scribe Al-Haytham. If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the God of Wisdom's omniscience and omnipotence.
The sage's end product won't be Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. It will be the Valkyr.
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control over knowledge and wisdom that matters. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god,
They don't like her.
another one.
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This forced them to accept that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata had indeed passed away. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's Gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
So, this is the path the sages have chosen.
Even now, they still refuse to acknowledge this. Never imagined God
All right, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming too.
Sure, as you wish.
So I was wrong about the whole using King Deshret thing. Like, making himself the reborn King Deshret. It's pretty close, I would say. Oh. This was the one that I was supposed to use. Wait. Now, what's this about a Dendroculus? I know I said that I want to do those things as soon as I see them. I need to get this done. We have to be reaching the end of Act 4 at this point, right?
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The 2 new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
Why don't we give him some of that divine can knowledge?
Heavy.
It's hard not to feel weighed down by what we just learned. Despite everything Lesser Lord Kusanali has done for our people, Academia has banished her. Even though she's protected, I've never realized she's such a small...
Hey! Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about? In that case, let's all get some water and try to think about something else.
Or I can go fetch some snacks.
Oh! Paimon's so coming with you!
Do you have any plans, Traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
I want to share everything I know with all of you.
So you were still withholding some information?
I'm sorry, I had my reasons. But now I know we're all in this together. Okay, Alhaitham also turns to the crowd. He wants to listen. After that, the whole story comes out. All the experiences, feelings, and secrets shift further, blah blah. Don't reflect from the same goal. Okay.
Even though we lived through all of this firsthand, it still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it again.
It's everything we've experienced so far in Sumer.
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time.
It seems like there will be more issues to face in the days ahead than I'd anticipated.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Ramon's joined us, we'll be an even stronger team.
It's time to make a plan.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense. We cannot allow it to continue.
So, everyone, are we on the same page?
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That is our ultimate goal.
No matter what lies ahead, I will do my utmost.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what other resources we can draw on.
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid plan.
Yep, it'll work out for sure.
There we go. Oh. Hey. Anyway, let's go ahead and collect our achievement awards. Dreams, Emptiness, Deception. Collect Dreams, Emptiness, Deception. Find the ancient temple beneath the flowing desert. Understand the path through the final words of the priest of Deshret. Complete King Deshret and the 3 magicians. Okay. Oops. I wish for fish. I wish. Fire archer. No? I am not in extreme need of a fire archer. But anyway. Okay, so that's gonna be everything. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope the rest of your night is a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow, because we've got that other stream that's going to be starting at 9 p.m. tomorrow. I'm going to be staying up late, so hopefully I'm not falling asleep at the start of that. Anyway, heart hands.
Come on, enough.